Hey, family, this is Robo the Rebel back with another live stream. As the lead attorney says, I'm struggle streaming over here. But the stream tonight is Black culture trash? And this question came up from a couple of live streams from one Anton Daniels of the Lapeef Let's Talk uh, show, and from Omowale Afrika from the Race, Power, and Manhood podcast. And I actually saw Omowale's, I saw his response to Anton um, speaking about black culture. I saw Omowale first, so I had to go back and take a look at uh, the Lapeef network, the Lapeef talk shows, in order to figure out exactly what happened here. So, from what I was able to figure, the episode that where this came up was on July 22nd, and this was
the government doesn't care about that at all. The whole thing.
a mirror to the show, and it also had another lady on the show named Nina, both who were married. Nina's 23 and she got married, and uh, Amira, I think, is 27 and she got married within 5 weeks. So the actual question was about dating and marriage across different cultures. So they were only talking specifically about dating and marriage. Like, what do they do in different cultures so that um, they can contrast what other cultures do with dating and marriage to Black Americans, what they do in dating and marriage. So there was probably about an hour and 10 minutes into the live stream is where it kind of picks up and it kind of takes a turn from being about dating and marriage in cultures to about cultures in general. And so I skipped to that part, and I'm going to play that part. But I have to say that for the sisters Kay and Courtney, there was so much stuff that Nina and Amira said that was um, incorrect, contradictory, um, and I was surprised that they didn't jump on a lot of the contradictions that both of them were saying about their cultures and what they what they did in terms of dating and marriage. And so I understand that they might not have been wanted to be seen as the angry black women on the panel, but it seems that they have been branded that anyway. So I might revisit this particular episode because, like I said, there's a whole hour's worth of material that I think needs some of it needs to be cleared up because a lot of it on the Islamic side of things, from Amira's point of view, was incorrect. And unfortunately, Kay and Courtney did not catch it or did not point it out. And then, as I've seen, well, I don't really follow the Lapeef show like that. But watching these two episodes, so on July 22nd and then July 29th, where the black culture topic really um, took hold, I saw that, okay, I guess Amira and well, Nina, she wasn't on that next episode, but Amira was she joined the Lapeef network, and she was being praised by the callers and I guess the people in the chat and in the comments of the video. And basically, Courtney was being demonized to where it used to be Courtney was praised and Kay was kind of demonized. Now both Courtney and Kay were demonized in favor of Amira, even by the some of the guys on the panel itself. So we'll start here. Like I said, it's about an hour and 10 minutes in, and see if we can get the background of where this started, and then we'll answer the question: is black culture trash?
Is making sure people are working, making sure people are buying, and making sure people that are spending and making money. So like with that being the thing, how do you think that, like, do you still think, because I've heard you mention like with women joining the workforce it kind of shifted, do you think that America as a corporation, do you think that America has the best interests of people in mind, where they're thinking about family structure and community and culture, or do you think they're just trying to make money?
Well, that's not the government's job. And America as a corporation has nothing to do with family structures. Usually that, business and family structures is different. I wanted to bring up something though, just really quickly. You guys were saying, God, I almost missed my point. God, you guys made me forget it. Give me a second. All right. So my family came here with nothing, right? We came to this country. We worked, well, the men in my family rather, they worked these minimum wage jobs for years until they were able to save enough to start the business that we made. And now I'm not going to go into detail of my finances, but we're doing well. I see Americans that are born here, born with all this opportunity, not taking advantage, and rather not thinking outside of the box and thinking about all these businesses that can be opened, all these opportunities that this country has given you. But instead thinking, well, I have this minimum wage job that I'm making $40,000 a year. I can't afford a family. But it's like you shouldn't have a family before you're able to get your finances in order. So I just wonder
Yes.
why don't Americans take more advantage of this and think outside of that minimum wage job and that $40,000 and think more? Is the word entrepreneuristic? Entrepreneuristic? I don't know. You guys understand what I'm saying? Like entrepreneur style.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay, I got to stop here because this is a common trope by immigrants. They love this. Why can't Americans do X, Y, and Z? Why can't Americans take advantage of um, all of the advantages that America has to offer? Blah 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 blah. And we see exactly what's going on with immigrants here with what Joe Biden is doing. Now, show me where Joe Biden has. And by the way, when she says Americans, she means Black Americans because Amira is a maggot. She's a Trump supporter, red MAGA hat wearing. So she comes right over here, and this is why that's why I said there's so much that Courtney and Kay could have broken down with her, because she comes right over as an immigrant, though she's Muslim, and she comes right over because as an Arab she's considered white here. She comes right over and then jumps right into the white supremacist mindset and starts using the white supremacist talking points with this. Basically, why can't you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps? That's like the biggest lie that immigrants tell. I don't care if they're Black immigrants. I don't care if they're Hispanic. I don't care if they're white immigrants. That's a big lie because if you could pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, you would have did it in your own country. Now, earlier in the segment, and I don't want to digress too far off the point because I do want to let it keep going. But Amira stated that they were well off in Lebanon, and Courtney basically agreed. Well, yeah, you guys have to be well off in order to be able to support four wives. Nobody in their right mind leaves one place that's better for a place that's worse. If they were doing better in Lebanon, they would have stayed in Lebanon. Obviously, they weren't doing great in Lebanon because she didn't even come straight from Lebanon. Her family fled from Lebanon to Russia and then fled Russia to America. And then she gets over here and starts, well, why can't you just start building these businesses and blah, 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 blah. Because you guys get money from the government, as we see with Joe Biden giving $3.6 billion to the Afghan refugees coming over here. What do you think they're going to do with that $3.6 billion? They're going to set them up with businesses in the black communities, in the black neighborhoods. So then these Afghans can turn around and say, hey, why don't you guys start businesses? Why are you not thinking about pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps? This is the bullcrap that we hear constantly over and over. And like I said, I don't want to digress too far from the point, but I can't stand when people say this. Your family fled from Lebanon and Russia and then came here, and then you're talking about all the opportunities. Well, guess what? Black Americans, we don't run. We can't. Even if we could run, we don't run. We actually made the place better for you to come over here and benefit. So you're directly benefiting from Black Americans staying here and fighting and making the country what it is. Because if it wasn't for us, there would be no Immigration Act of 1965 for the immigrants to flee and then start benefiting. Because if they could do that, they would have did it back in their own country. Let me keep going here because I'll be breaking this down all night. But let me keep going.
I think, and it goes back to what we were kind of talking about with the first question when you asked about like which one had more success in terms of like traditional ways of certain cultures like getting married versus more American ways. That cultural foundation because my dad is the same way. He's like, there is no excuse. He says, if you can't make it in America, you can't make it anywhere, basically. So I get that.
Okay, so Kay's father's an immigrant. So Kay's father is an immigrant, and he says the same thing. If you can't make it in America, you can't make it anywhere. Why didn't her father make it in Nigeria? So she said her father's Nigerian. So why ain't he stay in Nigeria and make it? How he gonna come over here and talk about if you can't make it in America, you can't. Yeah, um, because America has a surplus of wealth generated by the free slave labor of Black Americans. But let me keep going here.
Mindset completely. I just think that it's easy to say that when you don't understand the entire framework that has people in the position that they're in. So like, and it's not an excuse, it's just the reality. So in because I'm trying to tell you, Amir, I get what you're saying, because absolutely, like, my dad is the same. In fact, when you were talking, I was like, Daddy, like, I literally like, I have heard.
Doctor, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I've heard things before, but it's just that things are so much different, and I think that it's hard for people who grew up with that cultural background to even fathom anything outside of that. It's just not the same at all. It's totally different.
You talking about work ethic and saving?
Everything. The whole, like she mentioned, why would you even be trying to do this if you can't
Yeah, I mean, why would you try to start a family if you don't have money? I don't understand that either.
No, I mean, I don't personally understand it either. But
so what's your argument?
So I mean, so Anton makes a good point there. Why would anyone start a family before they have money or funds to start a family? That's a good point by Anton, and we know this goes on in our community, so we can't not tell the truth. We have to actually be honest about the problems, some of the problems that we have in the community. So that's a good point by Anton.
My argument is that clearly there are a ton of people who are in poverty that have families. And if there was, and I'm not saying that that's exclusive to America. I mean, there's a lot of people in poverty around the world that have families. But I just think that we have to be careful when we're thinking about applying one thing to everybody. Everybody just isn't the same.
You don't think that?
Yeah. Now, so Kay is right. I mean, this is going to happen, that people are going to start families, whether or not they have the funds to do it. But that's just setting people up for failure, setting those kids up for a hard life. And we often know the statistical data on children being born in poverty, what kind of difficult life that they have, and the prison, the pipe, all these different things, white supremacists, off branches, offshoots, or symptoms of white supremacy, so forth. We know all that, but Anton looks like he's going to double down on the point again. But Kay didn't say anything wrong, except for we shouldn't apply it to everybody. Well, we should start having a standard, but is everybody going to follow that standard? No. So she was incorrect there, but Anton, he's going to stick on.
That's a part of the victim Olympics that we running the fastest.
Okay, so I gotta stop right here. Anton is a big Kevin Samuels fan, but yet he engages in the sign language that Kevin Samuels loves to describe. That he described in a nice little acronym: sign language. Shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. So when Anton says that the victim Olympics, it's to try to shame anyone who might talk about white supremacy. It's an old tactic. It's that stuff isn't working anymore, at least for people who recognize what it is. But him saying that the victim Olympics, it's just a shaming tactic. Now, he said he himself was a victim of or almost a victim of being carjacked or robbed or something to that effect. Just because you're a victim of something at one particular point in time, it doesn't mean that you stay a victim, and it doesn't mean that that describes who you are, because you may be fighting, you may be a victim of being robbed or assaulted, but you fought the assailant back but you were still a victim of a crime, but you fought back. So but it's a shaming tactic, and it's weak for someone who says attack the argument and not the person. He does a lot of shaming, and he gets emotional a lot, as we're gonna see here.
No, it's not part of the victim Olympics. It's more so that the way that we can overcome these things, and I'm speaking specifically for Black people, the way that people in America that are Black can overcome these things is by recognizing them, first of all, and then working towards building a social.
You don't think that we know that we don't have? You don't think that we know that we don't have enough money to start a family, and we do it anyway?
Yes, people do that, but I'm
I
saying
don't
the
understand what
mindset.
you're saying. That's
I
wrong.
don't think
I don't
it's
get. I
not
don't get where
that
the
the I
disconnect
get
is.
it. The reality is people don't want to be broke, whatever. But I'm saying there is a different mindset. Like for me personally, there is no getting pregnant before you're married. There is none. Like
I don't know
I
why
have
he's
held
looking
on
like
to
he
that
doesn't
piece
understand, because
of
she
my
didn't say
dad's side of
anything
the
wrong
family.
right
I
now.
can't
He
get
just had
pregnant
this
before I'm
bone to
married.
pick, so
That is me
he used
though.
her to get it off. I mean,
Everybody
this
is
is
not
clear in
exactly the
this
same.
exchange.
You
And
don't think everybody got a brain and they understand that if they don't have money, they won't be able to take care of their families? I
Anton,
don't
can I
really
say
understand.
something?
This is like,
Can I say something on
hey,
his
have
end?
at it. I moved my mic out of the
Hold on,
way.
we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
go to
let
See,
y'all
Courtney.
rock.
at times, sometimes I don't know where the disconnect is. I think because he's successful in one thing, and he may have some expertise in one thing in one field, he feels that that qualifies him as an expert in all fields. And what he's saying is, like, he actually he seems to have a disconnect that he can't fathom, that there are some people who understand that they are broke, they do not have money, but will start a family anyway. And it isn't just here. So, as Kay was saying, and you know, Anton talks them down a lot, but we know across the world there are people. The United States doesn't have poverty like in some other places. We know this. And so in certain places in South America, Asia, Africa, the in Europe, there are some places that, talking about poverty, is poverty, and we don't have anything like that here. In some of the shanty towns in some of the countries in like Brazil and South America, some these people are poor, not just broke like here. So his mindset, he can't fathom anything outside of his realm, his his point of view. He can't fathom that. And Kay is just acknowledging the reality of what is in the world. It isn't just amongst Black Americans that people will be poor and still start a family. I mean, those are just the facts. We see this all the time. People will sell their kids. Their kids have to go into child labor. That's why they have child labor laws all over the world, because people have children. They can't afford to feed them. Those children have to actually go to work as opposed to going to school. These things are realities, and acts like he just doesn't understand why it happens. People have sex, people have urges, people, whatever it is. Yes, it's difficult, you know, to raise a child, or you don't have money to feed them, but it happens. What, why it happens, go find a sociologist, because he's not one, so he can't fathom it. But Kay is just saying what the reality is. Let's see what Amir is going to say.
Hold on, we're gonna go to
Well, I
Courtney
have a
first,
question
and
for
then we'll go to
Amira.
Amira.
Why did your family
Okay,
come
so
here?
My family came here because in Russia there was a lot of things going on, a lot of fighting.
see now, so Courtney was going here. She was going there because this is the point. Your family came here, so your family ran from, because she's Lebanese and she talks about her Lebanese culture. So her parents, or whoever, grandparents, however, whatever generation, was in Lebanon, and then they went to Russia, and then they left Russia because of the fighting and came here for a cushy life. But then can get here and talk here. I mean, the nerve of some of these people, and she's Muslim, so they are racist Muslims. So let's keep going.
So America is safe to you.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And you guys had no other family here that built up while you guys are waiting. Y'all just came. I do
Just
hear a lot of
me.
immigrants that come here. Um, the pick myself up from the bootstrap mentality. So, I mean, I do believe a lot of Americans tend to be lazy because we live in abundance. Every
See, now that was see Courtney. Courtney did a lot of this, letting Amira off the hook. So she was gonna hold Amira accountable and her family accountable for fleeing the situation that they were in. But then she just, oh, a lot of Americans are lazy. Are there some Americans that are lazy? Sure, sure. There's some of everything, right? But to say a lot, there's no way to qualify that. You haven't taken a poll to understand, you know, how Americans are lazy, especially if you look at the history. And it's not making an excuse. It's just it is what it is. There's certain systematic factors that prevented the hardest working people in the country, um, historically, to make America live up to its creed. The people who fought the hardest to make America what it is, worked the hardest. To say that a lot of them are lazy. And let's be clear, when they say Americans, they're talking about Black Americans.
everybody
Thank
wants to
you.
be here.
Thank you.
Everybody around the world wants to be in America. I mean, it's the best country ever. I definitely
And,
agree with
and
that.
why? She should have
But our
said why.
mentalities are different. You come from Russia, which, like you said, you're fighting. So this was peace. We don't have those issues, so we can relax.
So the
We can,
mindset is
our
different.
mindset is different. We can chill.
Well, I
I
wanted
felt
to
like I
go
was
ahead
fighting
and
in my
dip into.
neighborhood.
And
I,
see,
I was in
Anton,
grind mode. I don't know where y'all
Well,
was
I
going
don't.
at. I was going
You
in the
comparing
hood. And I
Detroit to
can't believe.
Russia?
right? Exactly.
Yeah, I
that's
am.
Anton,
yeah, and that's ridiculous comparing Detroit to Russia. It ain't even close. All of the freedoms that you still have in Detroit, as opposed to the ones that you don't have in Russia. And again, I think they let Miriam off the hook by not stating why America is the best country. I would have stated it plain. This is what our culture did. This is what our culture. We have a culture of people fighting. We have a history and a culture where people fight and they don't run away from the problems that we have. We have to face them head on. Anything that's going to get solved in this country is going to have to be Black people to do it. We've been labeled as the conscience of America for however many years, but they let them off the hook by not identifying why America is the greatest country.
literally proven
If
the
you've ever,
privilege.
if you've
Anton,
ever been a little kid raised across from the crack house and seen the Ray Vans pulling up and seen
Anton,
dudes, seen a random bullet, and then you came home in the middle of after a party and you seen a crackhead coming out your window. Yeah, I'm gonna
Anton,
compare
you're
Come home
probably
after
Too.
a
It's
party,
probably
I'm gonna
it's
compare
probably
like you
I'm gonna
probably
compare
was able
I'm
to
gonna
do that
compare
in
the red
Russia.
zone to
Anton,
Russia.
you're
I'm gonna have
I
to say it's
really
proving the
am.
point. You are right now
Anton's capping.
proving the point of American just what's the word I'm looking for? You're proving the point because you're comparing your life in Detroit to
It ain't even
certain
the
other
same.
countries where it's just not the
Right.
same.
It's not the
Because
same.
poor
But you're
or
missing her point. Her point was is that people come from very difficult situations and
Why
backgrounds,
they
and
fix
then
those
some of us make
situations,
excuses as
Anton?
to why we can't make a difference, and then others of us actually capitalize on the opportunity that's in front of us instead of blaming everybody else as to why they can't get ahead. And so that's the whole point of the conversation, not trying to compare backgrounds. And I identify with that because I was in a space where my father said, hey, we not going to be like this forever, and I'm going to make the sacrifice in order to ensure that my family long term can be successful. And as a result, me and my brothers are the beneficiaries of it. And
but you're still speaking from a place of privilege.
we also hold on to that work ethic as a result of our mindset, and that we don't believe in making excuses. We only believe in results. And so we don't run the victim Olympics. We take responsibility and ownership of whatever the situation is, and we make the best of it.
you're speaking from a place of privilege. Everybody doesn't even have a father. Like, you don't understand your level of privilege, Anton. You seem to be overlooking that. That's the part that I think is problematic.
Because you do have a father, and you still make excuses as to why people can't do what they're supposed to do.
I'm not making
she doesn't make excuses for herself. She said, if he listens to her, she said directly, "Hey, there's none of this for me. I'm talking about in general," because she can look past her point of view.
Excuse for me, I'm successful.
So are you making excuses for everybody else?
No, I'm not making excuses for everybody else. I'm
extending
some form of understanding that everybody, and I'm not saying I grew up in the most, privileged whatever, but I'm making what I'm saying is that everyone does not grow up the same. So I'm not going to sit up and say, just because I did it, you can't. Like, it's just insensitive to me, considering the fact that different people go through different things.
No, your mentality is the reason. Your mentality is the reason that the Black community is in the space that it's in. They continue to lean on the mentality
because she doesn't exhibit any of the things that what he would have problem with in terms of the Black community being problems. She isn't out of wedlock mother. She's a teacher, employed, college educated. She isn't out here stripping or any of that kind of stuff that you would consider whatever. But her mentality is wrong. If her mentality was wrong, she would have been doing those things that are actually these bad things that he considers in the community. But to actually even acknowledge it, he doesn't even want to acknowledge that there's some things that exist. And that's all she's saying, that these things exist.
Reality that you have, and that there's always a reason and excuse as to why people can't do what they do. And as a result, we always going to be running in last place because the majority of the people echo what you think instead of taking advantage of the mindset that other people that we see. We got all of this technology. We can communicate with other people. We got a mirror on the panel right now telling the story. We got a mirror on a panel telling her story right now of what success looks like and taking responsibility, owning it. Even if you have to work a minimum wage job, you do it until you can do something better. But ultimately, don't make excuses. Take ownership of your situation, make the best of it, and stop blaming other people for your problems. It's that simple. But then when we have other people that make excuses for people, it's easy for the weak ones to ultimately lean on that in order to justify their behavior. But we saying there ain't no more excuses. Destroy, rebuild, that's dead. We not letting people get away with that junk no more. And I appreciate people like Amira coming on a platform with a different perspective that comes from a different culture that ultimately echo the same mentality that I have, and that there is no such thing as an excuse. If you want to have kids, if you want to have a family, if you got a dick, then take the responsibility of the carnage that you leave as a result of it, or own the success that comes with being responsible for how you impact other people. And your words, in my opinion, impact people in a negative way because it gives them more excuses as to why they can do what they want to do without any accountability and only compassion that comes along with it. It's silly.
No.
Okay, and Amir's clapping, and this is a lot of okay. Where can I even start? Okay, let me start with the low hanging fruit. Okay, so if Amir's mentality was the same across her culture, the Lebanese culture, why is Lebanon in the situation that it's in? They're having a problem with out of wedlock birth. It's skyrocketing over there. There's poverty over there. Um, you name it. There's so even in that type of environment, there's a lot of problems. So because if there wasn't, Amir would still be there. If her culture, if her culture, her country, and this is Arab culture and Lebanese culture, Lebanon as a country, if her mentality was prevalent across that culture or that country would be in far better shape, and then her family wouldn't have had to leave. But obviously, for the fact that her being in America with her parents and so forth, fleeing Russia after fleeing Lebanon to come to America, it's clear that, okay, they ran and they got benefits. And once you get here, there is a privilege to being white, or at least considered white in this culture, in this country. So now the other thing about all of what Anton said wasn't necessarily all incorrect. And this is where, and I can get it. This is where a lot of the pro-black people get this wrong, because they talk about ending white supremacy, but that will never happen unless there is some self accountability on the black people to remain on code, because we're the ones that are going to have to end it. Obviously white people don't benefit from ending white supremacy, so black people are going to have to do it. And in order to do it, we all have to be on code. We have to get on code and stay on code. So that's going to take some personal responsibility. As Neely Fuller and Dr. Francis Chris Welsing said, there's 10 stops, right? I think she got this from Neely Fuller. There's 10 stops, that certain things that black people should just immediately stop doing, whether it's the cursing, the drinking, alcohol and drugs and so forth, right? These are personal, and I get there's reasons why these things happen, but at the end of the day, if we're going to end white supremacy, we have to be on code. And to be on code, each person has to have they have to make personal choices to be on code. And that's going to take personal responsibility and discipline in order to do it. And that's the thing that pro-blacks miss. And I get it. This society is like a strainer or a sieve, right? It might not catch the majority of black people, and it's gonna catch some gonna filter through the sieve and get caught up and get locked up and get caught up in the environment and so forth and so on. But the point is, it's gonna take personal responsibility from each one of us in order to defeat white supremacy. So you have a conundrum. So he's not totally wrong here by saying that we have to take some responsibility, but him saying we're not going for it anymore, we're not taking it anymore, you can't hold anyone accountable but yourself, even his wife and even your children to a certain extent, right? Especially once they leave your household, you can't hold them accountable. You can't hold another grown person, even your wife, you can't hold her accountable. In certain regards you can, but to hold someone accountable, you have to be able to punish them. So the most that you're going to be able to do to your wife, right, if she does something, is what? Divorce her or whatever. I mean, you're not going to beat her. You can't do any of that kind of stuff. So if she wants to go out and do X, Y, and Z, there's really only one choice that the only one thing that you can do, and that's just to leave. So, let's keep going.
So the fact that I recognize that everyone's not the same is
Right.
Me
And then I'm coming
providing a crutch. Like, I don't see how that's the same thing. Just because I know that even statistically, if you're raised in a 2-parent household, it's different than a 1-parent household. If you're raised in a certain socioeconomic status, it's different than another one. Just because I know these facts, that means that I'm providing some kind of excuse. You're trying to turn a blind eye to the real world in the country that we live in. You literally just try to compare Detroit to a war-torn Russia.
If war-torn Russia is worse and they came over and made a better situation as a result of it, that's even more speaking to my point as to why you shouldn't have an excuse if you was born in this country.
And we stand fixing.
I know Nina needs to speak, but let me just say this. It's different cultures around the entire world.
Black Americans ain't running to
but to say Russia, just because she came from Russia, and that doesn't mean her whole culture in Russia is like that. There's trash people over there. There's baby mamas over there. There's crackheads over there. There's crackheads every single way around the world.
It's racism. It's mostly racism.
Right. There you go. So we all have these core issues every single where. We all have people that are able to pull up their boots from the bootstrap or whatever and make it. That's everywhere. A lot of people are going to get lost. That's everywhere. I just don't want this to be a conversation where we talk about a particular culture and they're getting it all right and we're all wrong. Because even if they believe in something, if you go over there, everybody's not living that way.
Yeah,
Like
but
we
the
can't be
mindset
we
of
can't
people
be
that are
blind to
successful,
say we
the
can't be.
mindset, the mindset of people that are successful, the point that I'm making
It's
is
a
that it
mind
extends.
frame. It's a
Exactly.
state
It's a
of
mind.
But hold
everybody.
on,
If you're going to
but
be successful, you have to have these particular characteristics.
Yep.
It's not necessarily culture based. It's a
right,
mind
but
frame.
I agree with you, Courtney. But this is my point, is that the mindset behind how people become successful extends beyond culture. It extends across cultures. But for
Right.
some reason, I find it often in people that have the mentality that Kay has, they refuse to step outside of their own way in order to adopt the same philosophies and principles that does extend across cultures, and they lean on this whole thing of black, 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 or this, or America, and comparing things instead of looking for where the benefit is, learning from where people have done it successful, and then implementing that instead of trying to lean on this crutch and enabling people to continue to be worse off than they are. And this is what you see. It's cyclical.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to continue to repeat itself because we don't live 1,000 years. We don't learn from our mistakes. And by the time we figure it out, it's too late because the next generation is saying, I'm not rocking with that. You lived your life. I'm living my life. And it's important for us to step outside of what we've normalized and realize that there is a different way, and it does not come as a result of leaning on a crutch and using other people as an example as to why we can't become what we need to become.
Okay, so he thinks that sounds intelligent, and it isn't. It isn't all wrong to try to adopt something else that someone else did that is successful, right? In theory, it sounds good, right? But it's like the leopard the leopard sees the eagle and sees that the eagle's hunting strategy is successful. So then the leopard tries to adopt wings to hunt like an eagle. Does that make sense? No, because the leopard is a leopard. The leopard has to capitalize on its strengths and minimize its weaknesses, but it can't adopt the strengths of the eagle. And that's the same with trying to say with black people, comparing black people to a white Arab immigrant or a white Hispanic immigrant coming over. We can't adopt exactly what they are doing because, like I said again, and I'm going to keep stressing it, if they had this mentality, they had this successful mentality, they would have had it in the country that they fled from, and they would have been successful there. Why did they choose to come here to be successful? That's the one question that Courtney and Kay aren't asking Anton, so that he can either deflect, maybe answer the question truthfully, which I doubt, but there's a reason why they are running here. And then all of a sudden they can be successful here, but they couldn't be successful in the countries that they ran from. So now should black people look at what what we're doing and then try to adopt strategies that are different? And I'm not saying emulate anyone, but look at our conditions and our situation and adopt strategies to combat exactly where we are in our condition that benefit us, and not try to just adopt something that someone else did. I don't think that's the answer. But we also can't, and this is another criticism of the pro blacks, to where they want to adopt back or revert back to what was done in Africa 500 years ago. And my point to that is or my question to that is, did that succeed? Did it ultimately succeed, or did it fail at some point? So if it failed at some point, then why adopt a strategy that that we have proof that it failed? And when I say failed, I mean, if Africans were colonized and enslaved, what have you, that the strategies or the things that we were doing at that point, or the things that the Africans were doing at that point, actually failed, and they didn't succeed. So then we can't revert back to those things because it's proven that they have failed. So we can't look at life in 2021 and think, okay, we're gonna adopt a 15th 16th century strategies. You know, we have to look at where we are and adopt new strategies and things that can combat the particular situations that we're in right now.
It's
It's
as
not
simple as
me
that for me.
creating a crutch. It's not me doing that. I
Right? She
am
really
not
isn't. She's
saying
just
like
saying what's
everybody
going
just
on.
do whatever you want. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that reality is reality. And in order for us to, like I said earlier, build the social infrastructure, to do the things that need to be done to create a better world
I
for
don't
us
understand what she's
in the
saying. Well,
next generation and the next generation, we have to recognize the situation that we're in. You can live in La La Land, Anton, and think that every single person grew up with these two parents that were telling them the game and doing all these.
You do realize
Okay,
that I
Kay,
spent.
but
Hold on, Jr.
It's
You
just
do.
not the
I'm just trying to figure out
case.
how's that helping us, Kay?
Hold on, Jr.
she
Hold
just
on,
said,
Jr.
if y'all
How's
would
that helping
listen,
us by saying
You
that?
do realize that I've spent over a.
damn, Jr. ain't even paying attention. He may be reading the chat, but she just actually said, analyze where we are. She said exactly what I said, and I actually didn't know she was going to even say that. That's just been my philosophy, that we have to look at where we are and adopt a strategy to change our condition right now. And that's what she's saying. I don't get how, like I said, Jr. might be reading the chat, but that's how he missed it. But Anton, let's see what he's saying here.
$1 million documented in communities helping other people, that I volunteer regularly, that I'm active, that I'm coaching people, that I'm having conversations. Hold on. That I'm having conversations every single day to help improve and play a role in the success of other people. So how can you say in any way, shape, or form, knowing what you know about me, because you know me in real life, how can you say in any way, shape, or form that I'm living in La La Land when I'm one of the very ones that's doing the work on the ground and socially? How can you even say that out of your mouth?
Because you also know me in real life, and the fact that you're trying to say that I'm propagating something that's the detriment to the Black community, like, what are we doing here?
Right.
You know that that's not true.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna do this. Go ahead, JR.
Don't do
All
it.
right, Nina.
Right.
No, it's a lot of conversations going.
I mean, Kay is right. She didn't say anything that was detrimental. She just speaking on the situation that is. And if Anton does all that he said he does, then he would know that he would know then that what she's saying is correct, that people are in different situations, and he actually is admitting that he's helping some of them out. So I don't understand why he's having a problem with what she's saying there. Let's keep going here.
On right now, a lot of responses. We'd like to hear your thoughts about what's going on, what's being said, and even if you want to add something new to the conversation.
Well, a lot has been said. Just pick one thing, but kind of going back to what Amira said about, starting a family once you're in the right financial position. I think that we can all agree with that. I know some people definitely have get pregnant unintentionally, and it happens. As far as us and asking for my opinion, and I think that all of us would love to have babies when we're in a great financial state. But a lot of times it doesn't happen. As far as me and my husband, we don't have kids right now because we are waiting to be in the right financial position for it. And we are in the financial position to have kids. However, we chose together, mainly my decision, and he supported it. I wanted to go back to.
Hold on, I gotta stop. I'm laughing because she hurried up and quickly. She tried to not tell the truth about whose decision it was to not have kids. She said our decision. Well, mainly my decision. Yeah, of course, it was your decision not to have kids, right? And but here again, so this is part of the contradiction I was speaking of earlier, that she's from a Hispanic background culture, I think her father's Hispanic, her mother's white. So, can you say that she's taken on both because she took on the white feminism mindset as opposed to the her father's Hispanic culture? Yeah, maybe. You know what I mean? But clearly here, the husband had no say so in when they're gonna have kids. It's her decision, even though they're married.
School, finish school, start my career, pursue that career, and then start a family. We are in a great position to have kids right now. However, I just wanted to push, at least on my end, for more. And I wanted to be able to know that I was also providing for our family just as much as the father was, and that's just how we want to raise our kids. Um, but yeah, I do agree. I mean, I think anybody can testify to the fact that they would love to have babies under the situation where they have the money for it. A lot of times it does not happen. At least for us, we're working on that, and trying to pursue that kind of thought process as well.
Okay. Hey, Courtney, go ahead and take us home with this one. Final thoughts.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely believe that there's a core thing that we all should predominantly follow, which is, waiting before you have sex till marriage and having kids within that marriage. Um, Shit happens. So now that it's happened, now what? How are we going to fix it? And we don't fix it by trying to look at other cultures. Well, they're being better than us. Well, truth be told, they're having the same exact problems as well. People are
Exactly.
people. Whether I'm here in Bermuda, wherever, people are people. So I think we just need to bring the focus. Okay, so now, how do we get a culture back here in America? How do we set traditional ways? Because as of right now, there's no tradition here. We just do anything that we want. So we don't have tradition here. So it's hard to speak about other countries and their tradition where we're just all over the place. So let's talk about that. We were biblically based. Now everyone is every single religion. People are atheists and don't believe in it. So how can you tell them to be biblically based and they don't even believe in God? So we don't have a tradition here. And then when people come over here, they wow out and want to be like American girls because they think it's so much fun. So I don't even know if we really talked about the topic.
It's okay. I mean, that's how that's how a lot of people Let's Talk is. I mean, we start on the topic, we get off a little bit, and then we bring it right back, man.
But anyway, no, I think everyone has their view, and I like hearing everyone's views, and especially people coming from different backgrounds, because we don't hear it, especially in these kind of forums.
I want to ask the lady something. Based off what was just said, and again, I know we got away from the topic a little bit. Have we learned anything? Have either one of you guys learned anything about the other culture just now in this conversation?
Definitely.
What?
Okay, go ahead.
What did you learn?
As far as Amir's culture, I mean, it is very, they have stuck to it, clearly.
Mhm.
And like I said, they push it a lot more than, of course, America does, because look at me. It's changed, and I'm not the same. That I was not raised the same, and I do not have the same traditions that my ancestors had, of course. And also, America is one of those countries where things just evolve. There is not a specific structure. Things just evolve. That's the way it is here versus where Amira is from. They work really hard to keep it the same. And they work really hard to make sure that there is not a lot of change. And they work really hard to make sure to not reinvent the wheel. As for us, it's
ahead,
evolving
babe.
every single day.
Then let me tell you what I learned. This is what I learned. I learned that everybody can't come. Everybody not gonna make it over to the promised land. As a matter of fact, it kind of remind me of the story of Moses, where none of the originals, they never made it. Like we gotta cut off. We gotta cut off the cancer. It's too many people that's adopted.
Hold on. I'm I'm familiar with the Bible, and he said not too many of the originals made it. What originals is he talking about? And I don't want to get too biblical or nothing like that, but I know it. I remember watching being turned on to Anton and Lapeef some months ago. I think what it was I think when the thing with Kevin Samuels first went viral with the average at best video or whatever it was, and I think the girl at the time, whatever her name was, they had another girl on here with the dude, B Nix, B Nix, and I cannot think of that girl's name, but anyway, she went on Kevin Samuel's show, and that went viral too. The conversation that he had with the original girl on the show. But back then, Anton wasn't talking about religion, so this seems to be something that he's just adopted within this year, and it's not a pro. I mean, more power to him, but he seems to have gotten some stuff wrong here, that not too many of the originals with Moses didn't make it to the promised land. Not sure he got that story right. Let's keep
in
going.
this narrative that Kay has. And it's a lot of people that think like her. They speak like her. They talk like her. They have these conversations. They the loudest voices in
How
the
do I
room.
think, Anton?
And everybody can't come.
How do I?
Everybody can't come because one bad apple spoils the whole bunch and they get infected. And so we have to. It's the same reason why we got our leaders the way that we are, that we adopt these principles, we adopt these philosophies. We don't have any culture. We don't have anything that we stick to that's actually good. Whenever we see something happen from another culture where people are doing well, all we do is bastardize it, or we condemn it, or we demonize it instead of actually looking to why it makes sense for them to do it. We don't take any of the good things and adopt it, and instead we beat our chests and highlight how we need to be more and more a part of the Victim Olympics. It's the same narrative that we see with Sha'Carri Richardson and everybody.
Okay, I gotta go back.
Go
I
ahead.
gotta hear
Every
this
single
again
day.
to make sure I
But
heard
let me
what I thought I heard.
And
We got to cut off. We got to cut off the cancer. It's too many people that's adopting this narrative that Kay has. And it's a lot of people that think like her. They speak like her. They talk like her. They have these conversations. They the loudest voices in
How
the
do I
room.
think, Anton?
And everybody can't come.
How do I?
Everybody can't come because one bad apple spoils the whole bunch and they get infected. And so we have to. It's the same reason why we got our leaders the way that we are, that we adopt these principles, we adopt these philosophies. We don't have any culture. We don't have anything that we stick to that's actually good. Whenever we see something happen from another culture where people are doing well, all we do is bastardize it, or we condemn it, or we demonize it instead of actually looking to why it makes sense for them to do it. We don't take any of the good things and adopt it, and instead we beat our chests and highlight how we need to be more and more a part of the Victim Olympics. It's the same narrative that we see with Sha'Carri Richardson and everybody that was saying let Sha'Carri run. We don't abide by rules. We don't we don't do anything that's productive as a collective because we have too many people that should be chair movers trying to play a part in being the CEO. They can't do it. Everybody can't come. At some point, y'all gonna have to cut off all of these bad people that's in your echo chamber and say, we not listening to you no more because the results say that you're wrong. The results say that I'm right, and the results say that you're wrong. So that's what I've learned, and I've come to the conclusion as a result of having this conversation is that I'm more reinforced and more determined than ever to weed out the bad apples so that we can get to the place that we need to be. That's what I learned.
Okay, so that was, oh my gosh, this is part of the punching down thing that he spoke about on one of the episodes that he did, and so I don't understand who this we is that he's talking about, but because he clearly said he doesn't align based on skin color, he aligns based on mentality. So not sure who the we is that he's talking about. But he said a lot of we bastardize other people's culture and trash it, and so our culture is the one that's actually been good or bad. And I'm just saying, I'm not here to say good or bad. Black American culture is what's being propagated around the world. It's the from whether it's the swag of the black man. And like I said, I'm not good or bad. I'm not. That's not the point that I'm making right now. Whether that's good or bad, um, whether it's from the musical side, whether it's hip hop, R&B, uh, you name the genre, blue rhythm and blues, the blues, jazz, that's being propagated, and all the things that come with it. Right, for each music genre, there was a whole culture to go with it, a whole subculture, the way they dressed, the way they spoke, from jazz and the suits and the language that they use, all the way up until hip hop. The same thing with the dress and the language that's being used. It's being adopted by every um, country on the planet. Has someone trying to be rappers, people who can't speak a lick of English, trying to rap in English, and looking like their favorite rapper. And if you go back and you look at the times, especially since the boom of the internet around 2000, from 2000 on, everyone's been able to see it real time exactly what rappers are doing. They don't have to wait for a magazine. So that's one. So we're not bastardizing other people's culture. They're bastardizing our culture. Two, and like I said, I don't understand who this we is that he's talking about, because he doesn't he doesn't align himself with people that based on skin color. He aligns himself based on mentality, whether they're white or who, it doesn't matter as long as they have the same mentality. So who is this we that he's talking about? And then if we look at it, just based on some of the things that I've seen him do, he actually buys into this culture that he says is trash. Look at all the sneakers behind him. Okay, yeah, he may have the money to do that, but you know, is having 30 pairs of gym shoes necessary? So you splurge on, yeah, like I said, and he'll be like the guys who say it's not tricking if you got it right. It's not tricking off if you're tricking off on a woman or whatever at the strip club. If you got the money, it's not tricking, right? Based on the people on the streets that I know, it is still tricking. You just got the money to trick. It is what it is. It's still tricking. So he has the money to do it, but is it still part of the trash culture that you would say, hey, someone is taking and he's spending a bunch of money on a bunch of gold chains. Those gold chains ain't no more worth than your sneakers or his shoes, whatever you call it. I'm not into that stuff or whatever, right? It's not necessary. It's a splurge. You can afford it, sure, but it's still, if you're gonna call a person who splurges on gold chains or weaves or whatever, any of this stuff. And he didn't get specific about what he said was trash, but I can just imagine what he thinks is trash, right? But you could do that or what have you. But let's keep going.
Anton, you're not about to just do this to me. What did I say that was like? What am I encouraging people to do that's wrong? What am I encouraging people to do that you think is so wrong?
Run a tape back.
He can't even.
You should be able to remember if it's so bad and detrimental. What is it?
I cut you off. I've cut you off.
You didn't say anything, Kay. He wanted.
I can't continue to adopt this narrative and support this.
I'm
this,
cut
this
off from your
mindset.
life,
I don't know what was going on during this time, but it might have been the.
You don't want to
Shikari
answer the
Richardson
question.
thing,
I understand.
And so because he had that one locked and loaded, so it must have been the Shikari Richardson thing going on around this time. And okay, so he was saying, y'all, yeah, there was a subset of of black people who was saying, "Oh, let her run, let her run, let her run," but there was just as many saying, "No, she broke the rules. She shouldn't run. She shouldn't participate. It is what it is." You know what I mean? And so there were some people saying, "Hey, the Olympics were being racist." Hey, they were. It just didn't catch her at that particular point in time, right? With Sha'Carri Richardson, were they being racist to some of the other mostly Africans, and not even actually African black people, black Americans, but they caught some female athletes in Africa saying that they had too much testosterone, and some other female athletes that, well, they couldn't wear particular swim caps. Those were the things that were actually racist. But Sha'Carri Richardson getting caught up after, whether she smoked weed or she took edibles. I've heard both stories. I'm not sure exactly which one is true, but whichever way it goes, she 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 didn't fall into that. But there were a lot of people say, hey, she just got to eat this one. It is what it is, and I know I was one of them. And there was a lot of people around me saying, "Hey, Sha'Carri Richardson, she just got to eat this one. She messed up. She knew what it was, and even she even said that." So I don't even understand what. So yeah, but so he's right partially that there were some people. It wasn't a majority. The majority was like, "Hey, she got to eat that," you know. But at the same time, even those people who said Sha'Carri Richardson, she um she has to take responsibility for her actions. But then, yes, those same people were still able to call out what we saw was very clearly racist. If there's two African athletes, female athletes, born female, identify as female, they told them, hey, you have too much testosterone in your system, you cannot compete. But then they let white athletes compete who identified as male for 30 something years, and then all of a sudden say, oh, well, now I decide I identify as female, I get to go into the weightlifting competition, and these athletes didn't have too much testosterone. That's insane. You'll let a biological man compete against biological women or females, but then you say two biological females have too much testosterone. We know that part was that was part of the racism. There were other incidents, like I said, about the swim cap, and there were a couple other things that were going on. So it was both. It's not an either or, and you got to be. We have to be nuanced in order to call out what was clearly racism from the Olympic Committee. But then, when in the case of Sha'Carri Richardson, that was clearly something that she had to take responsibility for because she knew the rules and she broke them.
Can I say something?
Anybody else want to jump in?
Go ahead, Amira.
From what I see, now this is just an outsider looking in between the Kay and Anton. They have a different relationship. I don't know, but from what I see between the two of them, I see that Kay is focusing more on the problem, and Anton is looking more at the solutions instead of focusing on why this or why that. He's more on, yeah, that happened, but this needs to happen in the future. And I think Kay is more kind of like wanting to dissect why this person thinks this way and why that person had this kind of experience. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I see.
Yeah, I think you're right to an extent, because I think that it is just very important to clearly determine the problem to come up with the best solution. I mean, I get hitting the floor running and doing what you need to do. I'm all about that too. But there are nuanced situations, especially in the Black community, where problems have to be addressed and then worked on. So like if we can't even agree about what certain problems are, that's a problem too. I don't think you're wrong, Amira. Like you're saying that I'm trying to bring up a problem, and I am, because you have to. Like you have to recognize a problem in order to get the right solution. I think a lot of us are very frantic, like just do this, just do that, stop doing this, blame this
But
person, blame that.
I think Anton is saying that, too much time focusing on the past is hindering the future.
I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about the present reality.
That's all she talk about is the past. Hey, Amir, I don't know if you're familiar with our.
See, okay, now Anton's going to get back on. I don't know if you're familiar with our culture. Of course she is. She's a MAGA, and she's a white woman in America. So she has an idea of what it is, and her opinion about black culture has been shaped already. All right, now, but real quick, I'm gonna let Anton get back to it. So Kay is right. Albert Einstein said, basically, if he had an hour to solve the problem, if he had an hour to solve a problem, he'd spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes on the solution. And actually that's part of our problem. We try to jump straight to solutions without actually drilling down on the problem and figuring out exactly how to solve the problems, because most people don't understand racism. And especially when people like Anton will say black people are racist. It's clear that he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to racism, white supremacy. He doesn't understand it. So you'll never be able to solve that problem if you don't understand the problem. So Kay is right. You have to get the problem right. That's simple in math. In algebra or trigonometry or calculus, any of those more advanced level math functions, you have to understand the problem in order to solve it. If you have a word problem and if you don't know what they're asking you, if you don't even understand what how can you use the right formula to solve it and get the right answer? So you can't just jump straight to a solution. And with Anton trying to jump straight to a solution and he doesn't understand the problem. Let's see what he's saying here.
Culture. But what happens a lot of times is these Black Panther meetings take place, and
Wait. When has Anton ever been to a Black Panther meeting? Like, seriously, come on, man. Come on, dog. Let's stop. Man, you gotta be real here. This dude said at Black Panther meetings, like he's ever been to one. He's a black conservative. Unless he was going in there to be a spy or a snitch, he's never been to a Black Panther meeting. I don't believe that.
and you got people leading like Dr. Umar Johnson and those type of guys.
I've been
What
to Nation of
happens is-
Islam meeting.
Yeah, and so similarly,
This guy.
what you'll find is that people just whine and complain. And it's the man's fault, and it's the government's fault, and it's the system's fault, and they all say fault. And then you say, hey, can I speak? And they say, hold on, young man, I want to hear him. And this guy that got the biggest black fist, he throws it up too, and they throw it up. And then you say, okay, let him
He's
speak.
never
And then
been
I'll
to a
say,
Black Panther.
okay,
He's
so
never been
listen,
to the meeting
this
like
is what the solution is, guys. And they'll say, why is he even here? We don't want solutions. We just want to live in this pity world where everybody feels a certain type of way so we can make
This
each
is a
other
white
feel better.
supremacist
And that's
mindset.
generally what happens in our
I'm
community.
sorry.
It's
I
a
know
lot
I'm
of
going off
rah-rahing.
here,
And
I
then when
haven't
somebody
even gotten
actually
to the
poses
point
a
of
solution, there's
answering this
difficulty
question.
accepting or even having a conversation about solutions because they're
This,
so
I have
used
to
to
let this go.
living in this chamber of the victim Olympics. And so that's my experience of dealing with people like this. But I don't know.
I'm gonna go to Courtney. Like you got
Dealing with
something to
people
say.
like
Go
this.
ahead.
Kay has said nothing like that. He just wanted to get
Well,
that
I'm
off.
not going to.
Anton had a bone to pick, and he wanted to get this off. He used Kay to do it. It's unfortunate because she didn't say any of this stuff, And like I said, this is just part of that Anton punching down as opposed to punching up.
Just say it's a black culture. Again, we're talking about people. Every person around the world every culture has this issue. Women have this issue. White men are feeling it. Black men are feeling it. Asian men are feeling it. Mexican men are feeling it. It's women wanting to be on the same level as men and not being traditional. So I definitely want to make sure that we speak about people and not degrade a culture, especially in front of other cultures. Like I just not. I ain't gonna do that.
And Courtney's trying to be on code here because,
Okay.
like, you know, even if we are on YouTube and it's a public forum, and if we're gonna have these conversations in public, we still have to be truthful. So it's very difficult to have a honest conversation in mixed company like this. So I get where Courtney is coming from to a certain degree. I wouldn't, you know, it, yeah, I would probably, I guess if I was in this situation and there was a black person punching down on our culture, or I probably would be contrasting other cultures, that these other cultures got problems also. We know the Hispanic culture. I mean, the girl on there, Nina, she, she was talking about how her parents were like, "Hey, there's none of this," because she comes from a Catholic. She shacked up with a dude and was, as I forgot what Amira called it, riding the hot dog carousel. This is what Nina did. And she's only 23, so she don't live with a dude and had multiple boyfriends and so forth. And now she's married, and all at 23. And Amira's 27, so you know she didn't get into what she did, or what she did, but for a Muslim woman not wearing hijab, I don't know exactly what she did, but she wasn't going to. She didn't out herself like the girl Nina did, and but just growing up in America, and being able to identify as white, and not uh be so grounded, at least in Islam, that where she's on her own, that she's wearing hijab. I don't know if she was forced to wear it when she was young. Maybe that saved her, what have you. I'm not sure. But,
All right. Anybody got anything else? We're gonna move on to the next
okay.
topic.
All right.
Anybody
This
else?
is the end of that one. So let me jump into this next clip here, and let me get it going here, because
We so
okay, hold on.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, hold
I
on.
said
Hold
which way
I
of
didn't say
marriage
you
was
did.
on. Okay, hold on.
Looking at, just kind of like, okay, well,
You're not
And
gonna stay
this,
that long with them before you get married, okay?
this is where Courtney
Oh,
tried to go
what's
a
Hold on,
little
wait
happening?
a minute.
harder,
Can't nobody smell that cologne, really?
but she didn't pull it off effectively.
And you know I sprayed it on.
Okay, so yeah, so this is from July 29th. This is the week after that episode that we just saw. So this is where this stuff kind of hits the fan. This is probably, like, I wasn't really watching Lapeef like that anyway, because it they didn't to me they didn't really have any real informed opinions, like, meaning they would have a lot of people come on, but they didn't have any people really with any scholarship in any one particular field that could help solve these problems, except for, if you want to say, when Kevin Samuels came on to talk about dating and relationship type stuff. But others, I mean, because their topics range, pop culture, anything that's going on, or what have you. So I was still subscribed to them at the time. But this is where I kind of just was like, okay, I guess this is enough for me. This show, when I saw this, I was kind of like, okay, all right, this. But I wasn't really watching them anyway. But after I saw this, I was kind of like, well, I just don't even need it coming across my timeline. But I'm only reviewing this because, like I said, I saw the response on Omowale, and I'm subscribed to that channel, and I saw his response to, I don't know if it was this show, it must have been this show, but like I said, I wanted to do the research, so I didn't know exactly the context, so I wanted to get all of the context of where it started, and this is the continuation here.
Too.
Yeah, man.
So let me
In terms
jump
of bruh. 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 Indeed.
All right, y'all. Again, make sure I get these likes. So let's get the show started, man. Let's get the show started. Our
Hey,
first
let's go.
topic of the night is the panel's reaction. Last show, we had dating manners across different cultures. And we're going to hear what the panel didn't say. What the panel didn't say. So we had a great show last week. And we had Amir on there. We had Nina, Anton, Courtney, and Kay. It was an excellent show. And there was a lot of talk. A lot of things were said back and forth. A lot of people in the comments with their own theories and perspectives and opinions. It was just a lot going on with that conversation. And I also had conversations with Courtney and Kay furthermore. And it's a lot that needs to be said. So I want to kind of give you guys the moment to be able to ask the question. Really, you watched it later because you wasn't here last week. You watched it later. I know you said you had some questions. And yeah, let's talk, man. Let's have this tough conversation right now.
Mm-hmm.
So who wants to go first? Don't all speak at once now because there was a lot of conversations that was going on. I'm gonna start with you, Kay.
Look, I'll go.
Okay, go ahead, River.
One of the things that I had a question about, Amir, and when you came on, like, first of all, amazing job last week. You were dope. You were confident. I love an individual, male, female, or otherwise, that can stand on their square, 10 toes down, you know what I'm saying, and say what they believe and mean what they say. All that's great, right? However, it's just interesting because I'm always interested in people who have different perspectives coming from one culture, and then you come into Western culture and you have an observation. And so one of the things that you talked about was that you hadn't known your husband 5 weeks, right, before you guys were married. So can you deep dive a little bit in terms of why that happened? Because the other thing that you talked about was like you didn't understand this whole concept of like what love is. So I kind of want to touch on that too, right? Because you're 27, and how long you been married?
She's not 27.
I thought she said she was 27. No,
That was Nina. You're 27.
No,
Okay,
Nina was 23.
Oh, okay, got it. I forgot. I'm sorry.
No, I'm researching Bookie Boo.
Yeah, you own it. My bad. Go ahead, Brilla.
You was in Vegas.
I was gambling and stalking Usher. Yes, I was gambling.
Mira, can we talk about? Can we deep dive into really why it's culturally acceptable for a woman to know a man all of 5 weeks and then we get married?
So before she answers, it not necessarily culturally acceptable. Religion is a part of culture because they kept making a mistake in talking about in Lebanon, the culture is the religion, and that's not true. Their culture is heavily influenced by the religion, and their Islam is supposed to be a way of life that it in every aspect of your life, Islam is supposed to touch it, but we know that isn't the case, and we know this is not the case with her because if it was, she wouldn't be wearing makeup and she would have on a hijab. So I'm gonna say that, but so it's based on religion. They have adopted that, which is a good thing, and it's a good thing to you know, we've seen studies where arranged marriages and so forth and so on actually last longer than the traditional. Well, I liked them and I fell in love at Google eyes and we got married and then we broke up because I fell out of love. So they established something on a different principle as opposed to love. The love comes later. The love builds later. And that's what I guess Rilla and Courtney and some of these guys don't understand that concept that hey, love comes later. But it's no different than someone who you effectively if you have sex with someone you effectively could be a parent at that point. So do you want to have a lifelong long bond with someone, or you legally marry someone to where it is okay, we know it isn't just we're just going to run out of this thing because we do have a marital contract here, and then we build late. So love comes in all relationships. Love isn't the first thing that happens. So they get it twisted with like, well, yeah, they tell you to get married with love. No, the love comes later, no matter what relationship that we're dealing with here, Courtney or Kay or Rilla. Their love came later. They didn't immediately love the people that they're with or whatever, and then got into a relationship. No, they got into a relationship, worked on it, grew, and so forth and so on. Love, and then love happened, but they most likely had sex before they even loved the person. So this is what, and Islam, it's unlawful to have you know sex outside of marriage. I'm not even gonna say premarital sex, but sex outside of being married. Um, so this prevents that. So
Like walk us, you look confused. So walk us through, because for Western people, when you see the look that you gave, when you said, "Hey, I knew my guy 5 weeks and we were married," a lot of Western people gave you that same look. So what I'm asking you to do is walk us through the foundation, like family, culture, society, norms that makes that acceptable for a woman to know a man only 5 weeks and they can get married and make a lifelong commitment without even knowing each other. If you would please, ma'am.
You're on mute.
You're on
Amira.
mute.
I don't know if you can.
Just mute myself. I always mute myself. I'm sorry. So you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Right. So I guess the question is why would that be accepted for a woman to know a man for 5 weeks and get married? And is there anything wrong with my audio before I continue?
No, you're good.
Just making sure. Okay. So I don't know what I'm expecting what am I looking for me being in a relationship for 1 year versus us getting married straight away, because there's nothing that you're not going to know about someone without being with them anyway. But I'm not going to waste time, and how can I say this? I'm not going to allow time for me to have premarital sex, because I'm not going to, if you're not having sex with a person, you're not going to stay that long with them before you get married, okay? We're not just going to sit around and talk. So we get married to prevent us from fornicating, from possibly having premarital sex, by accident, as they say. So that's why we tend to get married. And also, if things go wrong, then they go wrong. But this is why your father is there to vet your man. This is why the families are so involved, to be that net. If something does go wrong, the family is there. And the family has already vetted that person for me. My father already spoke to my husband. My father already knew the type of man my husband was. Men tend to see things in other men that women can't. I don't know why, but from what I've seen here is like girls, we tend to be kind of slow when it comes to picking partners, because it's hard for women to get past that adrenaline of like, oh, I like this guy because he's exciting and he makes me feel so butterflies. But my father knew how to pick a stable man for me. He knew how to pick one that was a hardworking man who wasn't going to let bills get behind, let things just happen. So I hope that answers your question. I hope that I understood the question right.
You did. You absolutely did, and you answered it in the sense of your father was involved, which is one of the things we talked about. And I know there's feedback coming from somewhere. Somebody can read.
I'll mute myself. It's
well, if I can say this, and even from last week, we never know who's coming on the show. For me, even when I did my live, kind of just vetting to see who's going to be on the show and their mind frame. I always kind of think that's important so we can kind of have a real discussion. I think there's a very a huge difference between culture and religion. And I think with you, you are a Muslim woman that takes that religion, completely serious, and you are to it to a T.
Let me stop it right there. I can't say how much Amira takes it seriously, but see, this is where Courtney has to get educated. And she says she takes it to a T. Like I said again, if she did, we understand that she would be wearing hijab and she wouldn't be wearing the makeup, right? And and then and then some of the things that she stated. I really need to do a breakdown of Amira and her whole MAGA stuff, wearing the Trump hats and the Trump philosophy. A lot of that stuff is white supremacist stuff. So Muslims like her love to say that there's no racism in Islam, but I always say, but Muslims are racist, right? Which is true. There's Muslims that are racist. We know this, absolutely. The religion doesn't speak of anything from a racist standpoint, right? You can obviously, you can't find anything that in the religion itself, in terms of Quran and Sunnah, that is saying about being racist. But people do what they want. People will go outside of what Islam says for whatever reason. We know this because people, and not to disparage anybody, these are things that some of them have said directly. People like Dave Chappelle, he says he's Muslim, he believes in his tenets and so forth. He's not a very good Muslim. He said this out of his own mouth, so I'm not, you know, people like Busta Rhymes says he's Muslim, but you'll see them, smoke weed or drink or whatever it is, right? And we know that that's unlawful. They know that it's unlawful, but then they do it. So Muslims will do things that are unlawful, and one of those things is, the racism, and she's made racist statements. So I would suspect, as Neely Fuller would say, I would suspect that she's a racist, or I suspect that she's a white supremacist. Whether she says she is or not, there's certain statements that you make and you hang around those people, and it only takes, you take on the ideology of the people that you hang around. So, but Courtney has a tight, and she keeps giving these outs. Well, you're on it to a T. Why would you state that?
But I think culture is completely different. So when we talk about religion, we can talk about the Muslim religion.
Okay, let me say this. Here's where Jr. One of the ways that Jr. messed up also here is that it didn't bring out a definition of what culture is. So everybody's operating on this different thing, this different definition. Define what, if you're asking a question, what is culture or whatever, what is dating culture, at least define what culture is. Just don't assume that everybody's working off of the same definition, because here Courtney's trying to say, hey, your culture is different from your religion, and she's not wrong, because even though Amira's going to keep saying it, that their culture is religion, no, any definition that you want to look up is of culture, religion is a part of culture, but her culture is heavily influenced by Islam, by the religious aspect of it, but they are not one and the same.
But that, the Muslim religion is a huge religion that's spread out amongst the entire world. But your culture, being a Lebanese woman, is completely different. That sometimes this doesn't necessarily coincide with your religion.
Absolutely. That is
so
true.
When we talk about cultural differences, are we talking about religion or culture?
See,
because that's what makes a difference as far as how she's brought in her ideas. Her ideas is of a Muslim woman, which a black woman is a Muslim. African nations, different. A lot of Middle Eastern countries are. So I think with
and Courtney's she's not wrong. she's gonna get shot down. And I wish you would have stayed strong on her argument. But all the Arabs over there are in the Middle East are, or not all of them. A lot of the Muslim countries, excuse me, a lot of the Arab countries are Muslim, right? Not every Arab in the country is Muslim. Let me make sure I'm correct my words here. But there are very big differences in terms of how they practice and how they relate with each other, right? Yemen, the Yemenis, from the Saudis, from the those from Bahrain, from the UAE, they all have little differences. Yes, a lot of it is heavily influenced on the religion, but guess what? And this is where we know it's totally different. The religion doesn't say anything about where they used to restrict women from driving in Saudi Arabia. Now they've changed it, right? They took that they took that to the nth, where women can't go out and so forth. Women used to go out during the times of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, so forth, right? They used to go out during that time, in some regard. But I don't want to get too far into that. Let them
But
keep
you
going.
and correct me if I'm wrong. You hold a Muslim tradition and a Muslim religion.
Islam is kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like the culture. Honestly, Islam is our culture.
It is not.
It's not like we separate our religion versus our culture.
You absolutely do. Lebanon absolutely does, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have a political structure that their political structure. That's not Islamic. Their government, democracy is not Islamic, right? Democracy says, uh, for the people, or however, the people make the laws, right? But in Islam, Allah makes the laws. So what she's saying is, and this is why, I mean, this is way past, but like I said, she's not telling all of the truth here, or this is maybe what she was taught, but she was taught incorrectly. But her culture is heavily influenced by Islam, yes, but they're not synonymous.
If you put me in a room with a group of Somalis, we are going to have more in common than not because of Islam.
And that's false.
That foundation is too much of our life to not be our culture, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. What does, because I wanted to research a little bit more, kind of the conversation, because even with last week, I think for me, a little bit hesitant to get into kind of a conversation, because I didn't know necessarily like your views or what you were saying, especially when we have someone on the panel. If anyone talks bad about my Black culture, I do get defensive, because it's important to me. And especially when we talk about it with other cultures, and I'm like, man, we're trying to show the worst of us, and have a culture that's looking at just kind of like, okay, well, they're better than you, and Black women, y'all better. And so that's why I was like, well, let me learn a little bit about your culture. And I thank you so much for being on the panel last week and even today, because I feel like I learned a lot. And I was like, well, let me research a little bit more, that let's see where our cultures, are different. And then even understand, and I don't know much about Muslim, I'm a Christian, but I know there's different facets of the Islamic religion as well.
There's different sects.
Correct.
There's
right.
There's different sects, even within a country, and that changes, right? So, it's, I don't want to get too far into it, but understanding, we understand, like Iran and Iraq, why they fought for so many years. They're right there to neighbors. One country was primarily, what's known as the sect of Sunni Islam, and another sect was Shia Islam, and they fought for years, right? There's differences, and her culture is not. And like I said, and I don't even know why they're arguing the point, because she ain't been in Lebanon like that. Man, stop the cat. I wouldn't even be talking about no Lebanese culture with her. I'm like, man, you ain't been in Lebanon. Like, stop. maybe your parents came from there, but you're an American and you identify as American, Russian, whatever it is that you identify as. But you kept some elements of the culture, but Islam is not their culture. It influences their culture. I wish I would have seen this live that night or whatever. Whenever they did it, I could have jumped on the panel. But
So it is even different depending on the the
yes,
country that you're in on that.
absolutely.
So it was a lot of stuff I think that I learned about your culture, which I would love to talk about your culture, because I think that's what you're on to learn, and not just your religion, but what has gone in your culture that makes you who you are, and what we can learn from or take away from.
I want to say
And that's
something
what I would love
before.
to learn from.
I want to say something before she speaks.
Mhm.
I noticed that you said that there was some bad talk about our culture.
Yes.
And Real, I want you to chime in. When I was listening, I didn't hear that. The intention of the conversation was just to see the different variations and like the differences between like different cultures.
Yeah, that's where it started, Jr. That it started with dating and marriage across cultures, but it absolutely 100% turned into black culture was trash. And that was, if you want to just go ahead and call it, it was by Anton. But for him to say he didn't hear that. Now, Amira was clapping and she was high five, virtual high fiving Anton for what he was saying. But she did take her little shots. That whole shot of, I don't understand why Americans can't work this job and start a business, blah 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 blah. And you ran from two different countries. I mean, that I couldn't sit up there and just let some persons let some immigrants say that. Like I just couldn't have done that. I wish Courtney would have been able to look up. I don't know how they run the show. I don't know if they are able to, while other people are talking, because I would have been researching the crap that she was saying that night, because she said a lot of stuff in that hour before where I picked up, because I'm sitting up there looking, I'm like, damn, that ain't got nothing to do with black culture, but I wanted to react to it, and maybe I still will, because there was a lot of stuff that she said that was wrong.
Um, I don't believe that she was speaking bad about our culture.
She took
I didn't
shots.
say she did.
Yep, but she didn't say she
And I
did.
did
No, I
not
think she
say
said
that,
there were
but-
some things that was
Right,
said
it was.
that was didn't it wasn't kind of like not in the most positive light, and
Yeah,
she
it
was
wasn't.
saying
Yeah, I did. And
Right.
that's what
It wasn't that.
Anton said
You
it. He
saying,
said our culture was. Anton specifically said black culture is trash.
Okay, you're talking about more so from Anton. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm talking where we say our culture is trash in front of a different culture that only gave us, a speck of them. But it's like we all have problems.
Right.
And
And
as a black
that's right.
woman, I do get defensive because I'm not going to speak ill will of my culture in front of people that's not in my culture. I just not. I didn't do that when Kim was on there. Not doing it. I'm not doing. That's just not what I'm going to do.
I'm trying to figure out why we're separating it. It's just a conversation
Because it is
for
because
all
we're
of for all of us
different.
to learn.
Why, Jr. That doesn't even make any sense. Why are we separating it? You brought somebody on there with from a different culture. Like that doesn't even make any sense. I mean, come on, Jr. See, this is why I kind of stopped listening. This is why I kind of stopped watching this show. Like, I can't watch something to where I'm going to disagree. And it's not that I don't know them personally, and it's not that I don't dislike them, but I'm not. If I can't learn anything, I just don't want to be entertained. I want to be able to learn something. But if I'm just, and I'm not the most researched person in the world. Like I had, I'm not a PhD of anything or whatever. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say I'm a scholar in anything, right? Things that affect my life or what have you, I learn about them, and to the degree that I can understand and have a conversation and explain. But I'm not a scholar of anything. But when I sit here and if I'm watching a video and you know I want to jump in and correct damn near everything someone is saying, that's not something for me to watch. and I don't understand why JR is saying why are we separating it. You brought two different women from two different cultures, and let me say it again, they were both white. They're both white women, a white Hispanic woman and an Arab. Hispanics mostly identify as white in the United States, and Arabs identify as white in the United States. So you brought on two white women from two different cultures or backgrounds, two ethnicities, to talk about the differences in their culture. So why did you separate them, Jr.? I mean, like, it didn't make any sense. I can't. Like, let me keep going, man. I'll be here
But
3 or 4
I
hours.
agree with,
You
but
can learn.
the thing is that if we are in a situation where we are talking about different cultures, which
Exactly.
I will always respect the different cultures and whatever. But
Separate
if
it
we're
right there.
speaking on it as if one is better than the other, in fact, I was explicitly asked,
Yeah.
so which one is better? And it's just like,
No, no, I didn't ask you what culture was better. I said which way
I
of
didn't say
marriage was
it.
better.
I didn't say
but so
I just said that I was explicitly
but,
asked.
And I got
but ladies, this is what I think is brilliant about what JR does, because that is part of the conversation. The fact that like Courtney's like, hey man, I'm staying on code,
Yes.
right?
well, I
That's
mean,
good.
it's not necessarily on
Wait,
code.
wait,
Yes, it
because
is.
it does
Don't
interpolate.
back off of it. See, Courtney flip flop. Courtney, stay on it. It is on code. If you're not going to eat, like, look, how does some of the gangsters say it? Even even if my partner is wrong, I'm riding with him. We'll work that out later. Like, and I'm not saying that that's the best thing to do, but that's what you kind of said, right? You said it like, I'm never going to talk about my culture in front of other cultures. And and if you identify that there's some things in our culture that needs to be fixed, but you state that you're not going to talk about it in front of mixed company, basically, then that's what it is. Stay on code. That's what it is. That's the point. You're riding with it. You're riding with your people, good or bad. We'll work it out amongst ourselves or whatever. That's what you're saying. And stay on that. Don't hide from it. And nobody can tell you how to be. I'd rather for you to be that way than for some black person to be a any chance they get there, they're gonna throw black people and everything under the bus. So I'd rather for you to be that way.
It does interpret that way, but
Well,
what,
okay.
hold on,
There's
Court,
nothing
hold on.
wrong with it.
It interprets that way, but what
No,
I
that's
would say
fine.
is we're on a public platform having a public discourse, and we have the opportunity. And I agree with you in the sense of, because I didn't see, I agree with JR. I didn't hear anything from the panelists in terms of our culture. And Anton does what Anton does. You know what I'm saying? He's a different animal. So I understand that when it comes to him. I'm not making excuses or anything. Like, I'm just saying I understand that when it comes to him. So I wasn't tripping on that. But he does carry a lot of the views of a lot of people in terms of our culture. And this is, and I'll let you have it, Court. But this all boils down to where is the leader for me. Is where is the leadership? Because when I hear Amira talk, guess what she's going to defer to? Father, husband, brother, uncle.
Of course,
Culture.
yes.
Right? Now, how many women in our community will say the same thing?
Okay, so really you made a good point. The Anton does represent a lot of people who think that way, and this is where, okay, so if Courtney and Kay the week before, whatever, not last week, but the week before this, the week prior to this, if they weren't going to, or if they didn't have the information to point out Amira and the other girl Nina the problems in their culture, what they should have done is simply point out the good things in black culture. That's one of the opportunities that they missed there. When Anton was on the thing of, okay, black culture is trash, certain elements may be problematic in black culture, whatever. So then I would have just taken the opposite of of that and say, well, these are all the good things that are happening in our culture, right? We, for one, you can't go from, in terms of Black Americans, no group of people has ever done this. Go from almost 100% illiteracy rate to what, nearly 50% or over 50%. I forgot exactly what it was, but that's how much. So then that kind of negates that whole thing of people saying, well, if you want to hide something from Black people, put it in a book. When Black people got the opportunity to read, they increased their literacy rates from nearly 100%, nearly 90, 98, 99% illiterate Black people in America. As soon as they get the opportunity, they increase that, they cut that in half. And if most likely, if the economic resources would have been given to those who were enslaved and coming out of slavery, I have zero doubt that that literacy rate would have gone from nearly 100% illiterate to nearly, if not 100% literate, because that's just our people. So no group of people has ever done that, right? And despite all of the challenges, and see, this is where I would have gone with it. Despite all of the challenges that we faced, for us to have done some of the things that there's absolutely no reason why there should have been not just one Black Wall Street in the 20s and 30s and so forth, and on up. I mean, and I'm just saying where a lot of them were destroyed, obviously coming out of Reconstruction and so forth. How many cities and towns from nothing, our people created something, flourishing towns, not just one, but several who would be millionaires today, if adjusted for inflation, right? From nothing, from out of slavery, released with nothing. And we did that. This is what I would have been, things like this is what I would have been saying, right? Well, let me keep going here.
Well, let me piggyback on you, because you're right. She does say that, and that I completely agree. And I think that, not talking down, but a lot of us are missing that as far as the father as the overhead. And I know, Amira, you spoke on that on your page, because I was able to kind of check it out just to see, what your mind frame was, and I completely agree. I also know that with your culture, you guys have an honor culture as far as with the Muslims. So what that means is that in the Lebanese community, they won't speak ill will. They will not embarrass. And I talked to Lebanese men. They will not deny anything that brings shame to their name or their community. You will never hear or be on YouTube where she's going to, or anyone of the Middle Eastern community is going to speak ill will about them. They'll do it at home, but they're not going to get on a public platform in front of others.
And see, and let me, before Amira gets started here, and see, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just our people don't adopt that, right? So Anton he's actually, the thing that he talks about, that's exactly what he is when he gets on here and says these types of things, right? Black culture is trash, whatever it is that he's saying, whatever. When the woman's buddy he's kissing, her culture is like, hey, we don't care if we got some problems. We ain't gonna say it to y'all. We'll talk about it in house. So their culture is actually you're praising this particular culture, but then you're doing the opposite of what they're doing. So when he was saying we take from other people's culture and bastardize it, that's what he did. You're looking up to this culture, but then you don't even practice what they practice. Amazing.
I understand what you're saying, but addressing problems We have mostly it's handled in Arabic most of the time, so maybe you guys don't
In
see it,
home.
but it's all over
Right. At
YouTube.
home in your
We're
own
constantly,
language.
yeah,
Correct.
we're constantly. If you go to a channel called Memory TV, it's all in Arabic, and we're all talking about Middle Eastern issues, everything. And it's all translated in English. So we
But you notice the week before she didn't bring up any of those. She talked about the beautiful aspects of Lebanese culture or Islam or whatever, right? She didn't bring it up. Now she wants to admit, oh, okay, well, yeah, we talk about the problems. This is all in Arabic, and well, it's translated to English. But guess what? Guess what she ain't gonna do? I don't believe, because I can't remember. I downloaded this thing and half looked at it and said, okay, well, yeah, this is where it happened. So I don't know exactly what all is going to happen, but I doubt she will state those problems here. You have to go research it. If you're going to find out the problems in her culture, you're going to have to go research it and find out.
do talk a lot about it, even
Well,
between other
I did check
What
those
what
out,
you're
and this
saying is a little bit different, Amira, and I don't just to be honest, I don't think, and I hope you're not taking this conversation personal as if you have to rebut, because I think what Courtney is actually introducing is a conversation that should be had internally amongst ourselves, because what she's talking about, I think, and I know you said it wasn't the truth, but it interprets as staying on code. And I agree with you, Court. It's
but
not
all cultures do except
right,
us.
right.
And
It's
from
not
last week,
right.
I was like, let's not.
agree.
But here's the thing. Here's what Courtney inadvertently did. She pointed out one of those talking points. Anton won't point that out, but it is a negative to point out that, okay, well, people in our culture don't stay on code. Every other culture stays on code, but ours don't. That's actually a negative. But you know, Anton won't use that as one of his talking points or arguments, because if you correct that, if you correct that issue, that's actually a good thing for Black people.
Degrade our people in front of people that looks at us as not the best.
But this is something that Kay talked about last week, and I think it went over. I think it went over a lot of people's head when she said.
Let me say this here. See, Courtney was beating around the bush. She said, say stuff in front of other cultures that don't look at us as the best. She should have just said what it is. And see, when you beat around the bush and you play little ticky tack softball, you play word games. Let's just call it what it is. Hispanics look at us and they're racist towards Black people. They have an anti-Black culture in, whether it's Mexico or some of the Central American or South American countries, right? We know this from those who are Afro Hispanic or Afro Mexican, on down to Afro Latinas, down all the way, all down through South America and Central and South America. That's clearly documented. So she should have clearly stated it. But she don't want to be accused of playing the race card. Hey, look here. Just go ahead and say, hey, I'll stop playing the race card if you stop playing the race deck, or you stop playing the race game, or you stop shuffling the race deck or the race cards, or whatever it is, you stop shuffling that deck. All right. You stop dealing the cards to me, I'll stop playing them. But it's like when you playing spades, hey, look, if you got a spade, you got to keep that hand no matter how trash it is. And I don't know where the new blacks came up with this. If you got a face card, you got to keep it. No, the game is called spades. You got to have at least a spade. Now, if you ain't got no spade, yeah, all right, turn that hand in. But if you get dealt the spade, no matter how trash the hand is, you got to keep it. So if we're getting dealt the race card, or if we're playing the race card, it's because it was dealt to us. Amir, just go ahead and say it. The Arabs are anti-Black. Let's just say what it is. Courtney just needs to say it.
When Kay
Hey,
says
Rev, as
something,
soon as you finish, I'm gonna go to Kay, and then I'm gonna let Lauren.
sure.
chime
Yep.
in.
And I'll pipe down honestly, but Kay talked about having a shared history, a shared culture, shared tradition. I talked about marriage being about covenant, right? The whole buzzword right now is about marriage being about business.
Business.
Amira talked about family, family, right? So covenant is exchange for weaknesses, right? So in traditional times, if you had a warrior family and you had a farmer family, the warrior family went to the farmer family and said, "Hey, we're gonna do this exchange. You wed your son, you wed your daughter, da 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 da, and I'm gonna make sure you're covered. You're gonna make sure I'm covered, right?" So if I was to pose the question to Amira, in that situation where the gentleman came and he talked to your dad, can you break down, if possible, if it happened at all, what was the exchange in a covenant, or do you believe that marriage is about business?
Or what?
Okay, let me say this. So, um, yes, marriage is about business, and from an Islamic standpoint, if she got married that way, there was a marriage contract. In that marriage contract, there was a dowry that or mar that it's a bridal price, it's a bride price that that bridegroom, her husband, paid to her father that they agreed upon a certain amount. She's not going to disclose it here because it's going to sound because to people who are not familiar with that, well, hmm, it sounds it sounds like he's buying me. So a lot of people don't. A lot of people won't um, state it. They won't come out and say it because they're a little bit of ashamed of it because it sounds weird to the person who's not familiar with dowries and so forth. But and I'm only saying if because this is where I said and this is easily researched, but they didn't get into it because they didn't get into dating and marriage. They got off topic and sidetracked and so forth. But that father said, "Hey, this is what told that groom, that potential husband, her whatever. Hey, this is how much the dowry is. You have to have this. It could take the different forms. So it's a total business contract. All right, marriage is a business. Period. It is the merging of two corporations essentially, especially here in the United States, right? Your social security number is your business number essentially, right? You as a business, and then you merge those two when you get married. But in Islam, it's a total marriage contract that has the exchange of some type of dowry, whether it's monetary, whether it's deferred, whether it could be a deferred. Say, okay, well, almost like you have this down payment and then there's a certain amount due at a certain amount of time. All this is specified inside the marriage contract. Like I said, it's gonna sound weird to people who are not used to hearing that type of talk. That he had to give money to get married to you. Yes, and the father specified it.
Wasn't an exchange because I'm learning and even learning your culture, Amira, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that
Stop
it's
saying
more
that.
arranged. You guys marry on social economic status, religion.
Man, okay, Courtney needs to stop saying, correct me if I'm wrong. If you researched it, then you're right. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't correct me if I'm wrong. No, I read this and I wouldn't tell her to correct me if I'm wrong. If she correct me and I was wrong, then it is what it is. But if I researched it, I'm gonna stand on the research. But see, these guys have they have this class stuff. We don't have that as Muslims here in the United States. It's better to marry on those along those lines, right? You know, you have a culture in common. You have socioeconomic status in common, right? You come from essentially the same place. You know, you have these things in common, so it's easier to get along, and it will make for maybe more fruitful union. But it absolutely can go any other way. An Arab can marry a non-Arab, but their culture, they're not going to go for that, right? Their culture most of the time, nope. Like her father would see. This is where, like, see, if people like me on the path, if a black man, if an American black Muslim came to your father, what would he have said? And see if she tell the truth.
I know you guys have a very high rate of dating within families, cousins, FYI,
Absolutely.
to keep
Yep.
money
And see,
and wealth.
there
So
you
it's
go.
completely
But it's not just to keep wealth in the family. Bullcrap. They and see, this is not our culture, and this is good that she's doing this. Yes, it's okay for them to marry first cousins. We don't do that here. You're right. America, you tell a black American go marry your first cousin, they look at you like you insane. So see, these are some of the things that is good that Courtney was pointing out, but they're gonna get overshadowed by of course, when Anton comes in, of course.
different. And so I think that's what we were missing last week is
Right.
the culture. We talked about the
That's
cousins,
not Islamic.
but the
to
culture of
say
it all.
marry your culture, marry your cousin.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It isn't
I didn't mean to cut you
unlawful
off.
to do in Islam, but
when Rila was
it's not
saying
part of
about
Islam that
the
you have to.
exchange, or you said exchange, correct? I don't know what was said because that was a conversation between men, and I don't really know exactly, and I don't think either one of those men are going to tell me exactly what was said.
That's cap, because the dowry is hers. See that? So see, she's not being honest. See, this is why when people don't have knowledge and they could call her out on the foolishness, the dowry is hers. It doesn't belong to her father. And if she say it does, then that's their culture. That's not Islam. In Islam, okay, I'm Muslim. My daughters want to get married. I'm gonna tell the young Muslim men, whoever coming to ask, about my daughter, okay, this is what the dowry is, and that I will discuss with my daughters. This is what I'll say. Hey, this is what I think it should be, X, Y, and Z. Because she has to agree to the marriage, right? Amira had to agree to the marriage. That's one in Islam. Her father couldn't just marry her, and she had nothing about it. She had to agree to it, and part of that agreeing to it was to understand what the dowry is, because it belongs to her. It doesn't belong to her father. So she knows what it is. This is cap. I'm sorry.
Just because that's probably man talk. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But what I do know
Sure.
is that I want to express something else to you all. It's not just about men talking. It's also a dowry system. We have dowry, which is money given to the bride's family,
No,
depending on
to you. It goes
certain
to you.
things. So
look how uncomfortable she is. So look how uncomfortable she is. I didn't know she was going to talk about the dowry, but look how uncomfortable she is talking about it. There's money given to, and then she said to the family, nope, it goes to you. It doesn't go to your family. It goes to you. You can do whatever you want with it. If you want to give it away to your family, then fine. But the dowry went to her. It didn't go to her family. But she's uncomfortable talking about it because it sounds weird. Nobody gonna call her out on it or be like, hey, that sounds like, prostitution or something. Yeah, somebody had to give you money so he can have sex with you and marry you. Because I've heard that before. That's why I know it was going to be uncomfortable for her.
Things come into play when we're talking about the exchange, as you always call it. There's a lot more that goes into it than just the men talking. It's a lot of negotiating, a lot of compromises, a lot of questions of how things will be handled in the future.
She didn't know what it was,
and so on.
Come on, that's cap. So she had a lot of information about it, a lot of negotiating. So it must have went back and forth a little bit, because if it was if it was straightforward between the two men and you don't know anything about it, how do you know there was any negotiating? Right? So she knew that she knew what the dowry was.
I think honestly, and I thank you for that, but that's what was missing, where we talked about your culture, but it was more focused on religion, but we didn't talk about the culture and
Yeah.
see how the difference in American culture and your culture. We have a lot of freedoms here. And I think Bolo talked about it last week, was like some of those freedoms is really messing us up as a culture because we're able to date and mess up and get heartbroken and have sex out of it and have kids. Like, I totally agree. I really think that we need to be more conservative on that. And with you, I checking a page. I'm conservative as well too.
I know
And
that.
see,
I know.
and see, she's hinting at it. See, Courtney, I wouldn't hint at it. I would just go for it and just be. It is what it is. Hey, look, you're a maggot, or a maggot, whatever they call them, maggots. The Trump followers, they call them maggots. Back whenever that was. Anyway, and I'll just get into, especially if she said some things about black people. Look. Do I got to run the tape? Because that's what I would do. That's what. And she had a week to research her. That's why she. That's why Amira's smiling. She was like, okay, she. Courtney's throwing the little jabs. Yeah, I researched your page. I know what you're talking about. See
Yeah,
there.
I totally. We agree with a whole lot of stuff. Let me tell you.
That's why I was really surprised that you weren't really agreeing with me as much, because I've watched you for months on this channel, and I've always agreed with what you said. But when I came on, you weren't agreeing with me as much as I thought you would.
Well, I don't think we really talk. I mean, we say conservative for political reasons. So I think our politics has a lot,
So
in common. I would tell you,
you a Trump supporter.
But then, culturally, and we talk about cultures, it's different. And it wasn't with you. I think it was, when I have someone on the panel, as far as someone that looked like me, to say my culture is trash in front of anyone else, then that's what makes me in mama protective mode. Where it's, and I know that you understand, because I know that you're culturally based too. And if anybody was to, go against your culture as a Muslim woman or, from Lebanese, you're like, wait a minute. Because this is me and I represent this, I am it. So when anyone talks bad about it, in essence, it's talking bad about me.
Understood.
So I think that kind of was, a little bit, but that's why I said on today, let's talk about your culture. And there's a lot of stuff that I learned and I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what I hear is
with Black people in the Middle Eastern countries.
Pardon?
Dylan,
just say it.
As far as what I'm learning with, Black people,
you guys are racist towards blacks
in the Middle Eastern countries,
your country.
How they feel, how they're treated, and even in your country, what I'm learning, and maybe that you can shine some light on, which I'm just like, it's
so
different.
If I can say this, I think what's at the heart of it all is, you think, well, you believe that, there's a separation, there's religion and culture. And from what I'm hearing with Amira, like, there is no separation. Like, her religion is her culture.
Yeah, but
they're
wrong.
One and the same. I think it's hard for us to grasp because our culture is so convoluted. Like, our culture mixes in like the political side, the religion, and the people who choose not to prescribe to any of those, right? And so
I don't think that, because it's different types. The Islamic religion, there's different forms of the Islamic religion.
Just like there's different Christians.
So their culture believes in something, and if you were to go to Egypt where there's Muslims, it's completely different.
It's not completely
different. If you were to go to Muslims here in America, it's completely different.
Arabic.
So it's not different.
They
have a
Islamic
culture
base,
and it's intertwined in the religion base, but a lot of their religion is laws.
I just think
it's different. Muslims are different across the world.
I just think, ours is just a little bit more complicated, I'd say, right? If you think about the Black culture and how we got here and all of the different viewpoints that that was basically forced upon us, and then we're basically at war with ourselves because we're picking and choosing what we want to believe in, what we want to grasp towards, and so I think that's the issue, is that there's no unification with our culture, and that's not.
See, this is I told you this is why I don't necessarily watch, um, because they're just not informing themselves about these different topics. She said black culture is so complicated and so forth, as if no one else's culture is the same. I mean, you could take not all of the Chinese are Buddhists, right? And then even if they are Buddhists, there's different Buddhist sects, but there's a large contingency of Muslims there, Christians, and it's the same thing in the Arab world. Everybody thinks Arab and thinks automatically they're Muslim. Only 4 out of 5 Muslims in the Arab countries are Muslim. The other ones are Christians, atheists, even. And then across the different, this is why they. I, if you look at this is why they don't get along, and um, there are enough differences because they do have sects or different Islamic sects within the different countries, and then they have their own cultural things to where I think it was the Yemenis who were the only ones actually considered the real Arabs, and then other people adopted it all the way as far as North Africa. You know, um, I mean, they're just as complicated as us. They just don't understand the nuances of those different cultures and different societies and different countries to speak on it. And that's the problem. Courtney tried to educate herself as much as she could learn within the week. Doesn't seem that Kay really has because she's not saying anything. But it seems like Lauren and Chicago Rilla are just really coming in with no prior knowledge, which is weird because Chicago Rilla is, I mean, Chicago, I would imagine that he should, and I think he said he lived in Atlanta also. So I would have thought he would have been around Muslims and understood, like in Philly, those guys understand Islam a lot because it influences Philly culture. When I was in Philly, um, a lot of people there, they would not even be Muslim, but they would be walking around. And matter of fact, I don't know how long ago it was, but in the barber shops, they had a cut to when they cut your hair and shaped up your beard, they called it the Sunnah. And these people brothers would get this and not even be Muslim, but they would rock what was known as the Sunnah, and girls would wear different jilbabs and not be Muslim. So Islam influenced the culture, but these people weren't Muslim. It influenced their culture, some of the culture in Philly, but they weren't Muslim. But the culture wasn't Islam; it was influenced by Islam. Because then there would be Muslims who would, they would be hustling, they would be, gangsters and gang banging or whatever it was, and doing their thing. And I saw some brothers in Philly in a barbershop talking about they were talking about the there's a dating culture in Philly amongst the Muslims to where the brothers were saying, and these were some of them were imams. This is in some of the masjids up there in Philly, and this is recently as 2021. As a matter of fact, earlier this year, talking about how some of the young brothers are like, "Hey, we're not getting married to these sisters when we know they were just having sex with, you know, the non-Muslim down the street. But then, in order for me to get married to them, I got to pay this dowry and so forth and so on, and they're not even virgins anymore. So so there's nuance in black culture, but there's also nuance in other cultures, But if you don't understand that culture, then you won't see the
I'm not trying to
nuance.
say it's negative, because
Mhm.
that's what makes us unique as a culture, is that we all think differently. We all are different.
They
And I
do
think
too.
with when Amira is
There's more
speaking,
tradition
it's
there
like
though.
she's sure. There's a matter of fact, this is what we believe, and whether or not there's so many different, pathway, there's so many different Muslim, pathways.
And
At the end of the day, it all roots to the same thing. You talk to Christians, and it's like, I'm Baptist, I'm non-denom, I'm all in it, and it's like
Lauren,
That's the same in Islam. It all. I'm non-denom. I'm Baptist. I'm whatever. I don't know. It all roots back to the same thing. You all look at the Bible. You all believe in Jesus or whatever it is. You have some common beliefs, even if you're different denominations, even as Christians. So I don't understand why she's not. I don't know how she's overlooking that.
and you're saying that from a place of not knowing that there are
There you go.
actually different sects of Islam, just like
Yeah.
there
No,
are
I do know that,
sects
but
beliefs that there
I don't think
are. Anton,
that
there's
Here's the thing. I
definitely
agree.
different ones. It's
Yeah,
not
I agree
all-
with Lauren though, because Amira even said it. She said that if you were to put her in a room
And
with
that's
Somalis,
false.
There's
she would
different,
have-
right.
Well, no,
There's
no.
difference.
She
Yeah,
said they would have more in
but that's
common
false.
than what they would different. And my experience with people
And let me chime in on this. The reason why I know that's false is because just like Christians have, there's the black church, the white church, the Korean church, there's the African church, there's the, you name it. Guess what? In Islam, it's the same thing. There'll be messages that are primarily Arab because they all go gather and live around each other. There'll be messages that are primarily African American or Black American. Somalis have their own masjid a lot of times because they all primarily live around each other. Right? Will we most likely pray in any masjid if we are in the area? Sure. But why is there segmentation if there's so much in common? Because just like, and I'm going to get into the I we were created in groups so that we may know each other. You tend to uh, commune with those who look like you, share the same background, the same language, and the same culture as you. So this is why what she's saying is cap. Yes, will Arabs and Somalis pray together? Sure, but why are Arabs over there in certain African countries? And it slips me right now. Over there, trying to, even present day, trying to enslaving the black Africans, like Nigerians in was it Tunisia, and where's Libya, and what's the other one? Slips my mind right now. There's another country that they're doing this over there present day. Why would they have done that? 1,200 years, or excuse me, at the start of the they call it the Arab slave trade, right? Why were they doing that? Enslaving, they would be Muslim, they would be African Muslims. Why were they doing that? Because they didn't see them as the same. And it's the same with Arabs. It's the same with Arabs today. And this is why I said I wish I would have caught this live, because I would have asked her the one question I would have asked Amira. Hey, if first I already know. I mean, I would ask her two questions actually. Let me back up. I already know, but I would just get her to say it on record, right? Is your husband Lebanese, or is he some type of Arab? He's most likely Lebanese, but if not, he's at least Arab, right? Is he Arab Muslim, Lebanese Muslim? First question I would ask. Second question: if he would have been a black American man, Muslim man, What would your father have said if he came to you married, wanted to marry you? And let her talk that we have more in common. With that, that just sounds good, but it's not true.
Islamic faith and Muslim faith, so on and so forth, is that they find more common ground, even more so than people who profess the name of Christ.
Exactly.
Way more common ground than people who profess the name of Christ.
Okay. And I definitely hear what you guys are saying.
See,
like I
said, I don't necessarily know if I agree with that, Chicago Rilla. And the reason why is because, okay, religion, white supremacy is the biggest unifying factor of any people on the planet. Religion, I don't think factors into that, because this is exactly why Amir is a Lebanese Muslim, but she can identify with Trump supporting whites, Christians. I'm sounding like Dave Chappelle. Okay, whites. I mean, she identifies with how. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, and she's not the only one. Up in Dearborn, where there's a lot of Arab Muslims, I think they even swung the election for Trump the first time, or they were part of the reason that Michigan went for Trump in 2016. And they identify there was a back in 2000 there was a push from so many Arab Muslim organizations trying to get Muslims to vote for George Bush back in 2000. And I never forget it, because I was calling out a lot of these organizations, like, they're like, are y'all insane? And my point was not to vote for Al Gore, but I was like, are you insane telling Muslims to vote for Bush, a known white supremacist at the time, but he's Christian. This guy, you find this guy they identify more with that guy. So to say that, I don't know. I don't think there's more unified. I think Christians are more unified, because especially if they're white, they don't necessarily align on religion. They rely on, well, white supremacy is their religion. So I guess there's that. So I guess that is the answer. They do align more on religion. So anyway,
with me doing a little bit more research and even talking to Lebanese.
Yep.
Rita, can you get my house code?
That I know, they would say something different.
See, say it. Just say it.
Well, there's different sets.
Hold on, and let me say this.
I wish Courtney would have just said
it. If you think an Egyptian that's Muslim is going to go to Lebanon and get treated the same,
he's not,
as the Lebanese people there, you're sadly they're not.
No, absolutely not. But that's not. But wait. Hold on, Court.
Well, and I'll say that because I talked to an Egyptian that felt that way.
What she absolutely said was she doesn't separate her faith from her culture, and that is what I know of Muslims, regardless of sect.
That's
right. That's what I know of Muslims when they
see that's not true either. See, even if you take Black Muslims here, Black American Muslims, there's a sector of us that we're not adopting Arab culture. We have our own culture, and Islam didn't get rid of culture. And see, this is the thing. This is why this is why Muslims from the Southeast Asian countries, the Indias, the Pakistans, the Bangladesh, even they look different. If you look at them, whether it's the men or the women, the way they dress, not just their physical features, but the way they dress, they look different from those in Indonesia, those in the Arab countries, those in the African countries, and they look different from all these. They look different from all these. They look different because they have different cultures. And they practice their own culture. Excuse me. The food is different. The food is part of culture. Religion is part of culture. Dress, speech, or language. These are things that make up culture. This is why they should have defined culture. Actually, so let me define it now. These are parts of things. If they listen to music, music is a part of culture. All these things are different. If you look at Muslims from certain African countries, even those African countries at the top that you know uh, uh, they say they're Arab, like the Libyas, the Tunisias, the Moroccos. They have different food from those in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Gambia, or Ghana, or wherever, than from Bangladesh and Pakistan and Indonesia and China. The Black Americans, we still eat the food that other than other than pork, which is unlawful. But don't think that black Americans don't still eat greens, eat collard greens or turnip greens or whatever, mustard greens, but they're just seasoned with meat that's lawful, if it's seasoned with meat at all, right? Don't think that you know um you know we don't eat just the food of our culture. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I'm sorry. Let me keep going here.
See each other, they greet each other the
Yes,
same.
we greet each other the
I don't
same,
care
yes.
if you're Pentecostal, Antioch, Methodist, Episcopalian,
Y'all have that
whatever.
in there. Y'all just
Even
don't
in
follow
those
it.
same factions of the Christian faith,
Okay.
depending on what church you went to, who's your headship, they would find difference within that same.
See, Chicago, really, y'all have that in your religion. A lot of Christians just don't practice it. So they have Jesus is quoted as saying, "Peace be unto you," several times. So you guys could greet each other with peace. It's just not taught. Yeah, that's just something that's overlooked, but that is in the Bible.
And they would put it out in public. What she's saying, Amira is saying, is regardless of whatever, right? What the Muslim faith said, well, what her Muslim faith says or her Islamic faith says, because I know we keep saying Muslim and Islamic, and I think we need to be correct when we're using this terminology. Her Islamic faith says,
just say
it's
Islam, man.
part of it's everything that I do. When I wake up, I do 5 prayers to the east. I give my salats, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. It's part of who I am. I do not separate it from how I go out and interact in the day-to-day world.
Okay. So let's say that. So let's get real.
Yes, Chicago, but we still have our own culture. See, this is where people. Yes, Islam is a way of life. It is a way of life, but it doesn't dictate that I have to wear the same type of clothes that the Arabs wear. That's why you still have your own separate culture. Dress is a part of culture. I don't have to eat the same type of foods that they eat in Pakistan, right? I don't have to eat that. I can eat the food as long as it's lawful. If long as the food is lawful, I can eat it. But I don't like a lot of the spices and seasonings that they use in Pakistani Bengali food. So I don't have to eat that. If I'm gonna eat anything other than if I'm gonna eat any type of food other than the traditional Black American food that we just normally eat or whatever, then it's gonna be some type of African food, most likely Sierra Leone, because I think they're cooking, and then the Gambians. I love Gambian food, and I love the food from Sierra Leone. So, but I don't have to eat that, right? As a matter of fact, it's an art. It's an art to even cooking that food, because I tried to learn how to cook that, and try to get my wife to learn how to cook that food, and I'm like, hey man, it don't taste the same. So it's an art. It's an art form to even cooking It's called plasas. I love plasas. And then the Gambians have this dish that I love that they cook with eggplant. I don't even know the name of it, but I and the broken rice. Nigeria has some great broken rice dishes also. But anyway, let me not
religion
digress
out
too
of
far.
it, and let's
So
talk
it's
about
different
culture.
cultures, man. They don't understand the definition.
Let's look at, because it is a separation. But culture is
Courtney's
food,
right.
music. You're on mute,
There you
Lauren.
go.
But how is that a
Well,
separation? It's the same
but
thing.
It is not the same thing.
Okay, so do you know the definition of culture?
No, he doesn't.
Absolutely, and I know that
No,
all
you don't.
your religion and your
Culture.
faith.
I mean, you don't have to share.
Hold on.
culture.
Right.
You don't have to share culture just because you share religion.
There you go.
But what I'm
What is
saying is
AK
your
is right,
religion and your faith, it can be part of your culture.
It is,
But
but
okay,
it
what is
doesn't- but it don't have to
the
be the same.
definition of culture?
Here, let me do us all a favor.
And now,
Because
now
what
it
I
goes off
won't
the
do
rails.
is go off of memory or
And I'm asking that for a reason.
I know you are, but I won't go off of C student terminology or any of that. I'm gonna do us all a favor because I study culture and consider myself cultured, but according to Google, one
Anton's getting
definition
ready
as
to
a
punch
noun,
down.
the
Look
arts
at him.
and
He's doing
other
like boxing.
manifestations of human.
What are we talking about, bro?
cracking
We
that
just
neck.
we really just going all over the map.
No, we not. Hold on, Anton. Hold
When
on.
we getting back to brass tacks,
Face mode.
no, because I heard a lot saying and what I said and what I didn't
Hold on
say.
1 second, bro. Hold on 1 second, please. Allow me just 1
Go
second.
ahead.
Thank you,
Make
bro.
it
I appreciate you. I just want to set the foundation so that we're all on the same page in terms of what culture is, and then we can move the conversation forward.
Don't nobody care about culture. When it came down to it, I said what I said. Black culture is trash. It's still trash. And I don't. And when it comes back down to it, it's like, it reminds me of back when I was a little kid, and we so worried about what other people think of us instead of being worried about what the true problem is.
We're not.
And the real problem is your whole argument is based off of what you think that Amira thought, and the fact that we had our trash out in front of other people. You ain't say nothing about the fact that no.
Okay.
Nope. Because you talked the whole time, and I was watching, and I was paying attention, and I thought I was gonna have a good night and just enjoy myself and enjoy.
Here, so some guy does this $50 super chat. One of the biggest mistakes some black folks make is thinking that staying on code means having to defend the effery of the community. We're the only group that defends and glorifies the Pookie class, and that absolutely is trash. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. See, because if he listened to actually what was being said earlier, and if he notices what's going on, again, like I said, Amira isn't calling out the trash elements of her culture. Those people talk about it. She said there's stuff all over YouTube, but obviously Jonathan, whatever Barronville, he doesn't roll in those YouTube spaces, so he's never going to see that. But Amira ain't gonna get on here in front of all these black people and start saying what they're discussing on those chat rooms. So she's doing the same thing, right? She and so staying on code doesn't mean defend the effery, right? Staying on code it actually means, like she said, we don't have to have this conversation in front of these white folks or anybody, and it's not about what they think about us. It's just that it's going to be unproductive. How are you going to have a conversation that's trying to move the black community forward? And I understand he says the community and all this kind of stuff. And, for people like this, I'm going to say this, and so it doesn't mean defending anything that's foul. It's just that it's going to be unproductive in spaces to where those who do not benefit from you being productive, you shouldn't have those conversations in those space, right? We're the only group that defends and glorifies the Pookie class. Well, why do you do that? That's trash, bro. Why do you defend the Pookie class, whoever that is? Because black people I know don't defend the Pookies or whatever, and I guess that I take that Pookie stuff to mean those guys who are having babies out of wedlock or not taking care of their kids or whatever. I'm gonna assume that that's what he means by that, but nobody defends that. That hasn't been defended in what 40, 50 years. I definitely know starting around the 90s, black men have been absolutely getting trashed for doing that kind of thing and have not gotten a pass from anywhere for that type of behavior, right? So if you're doing it, then you're the one that's trash, because I don't know people who defend that type of thing. Now, for all these brothers saying, the community and so forth and so on, XYZ, whatever, and kind of mocking the black community by saying the community, what have you. We saw this happen, and the community said, okay, you on your own. Unfortunately, where one of these brothers who thought like this was, shot and killed by a race soldier. And then it found out that this is the type of mentality that he was on. And it's like, okay, look, you're on your own. And, some people may not vibe with that, and that's fine, to each their own. But I know a certain segment, and I'm one of them, that if you're on this type of thing, you go on your own way and continue to go your own way, whatever it is. If this is not the team that you want to be on, then fine, no problem. Keep it pushing. But let's keep going here.
The draft and all of that. But I decided to go ahead and head back to the crib and have this conversation because, again, this echoes back to the same conversation that I was having with Kay, and that I don't care about what nobody else think. One of the beauties or the beautiful things about my life is that I've been largely able to overcome so many obstacles because I started to stop worrying about what other people perceived me as and start focusing on the results. And I don't see anybody here having a conversation about what it is that we need to do differently. We're just concerned about what other people think of us. Sure. And that's the same mindset and the same strategy and tactics that have us in the same space that we're in today. Because it reminds me of my family back in the day, in that they were more concerned about whether or not the neighbors perceived us as negative, and they were less concerned about whether or not they were actually trash and doing trash things. And so we act like the world don't already see us. We act like Amira can't see this program and that she haven't been watching it prior to her getting on the program, as though it changes the dynamic or the narrative of anything. And instead of us trying to observe and try to meld the two cultures to see what it is that we can learn from each other, we're trying to put words in her mouth. Rilla is talking for her. All of this other nonsense, she can speak for herself. And I said what I said. Our culture is still trash, and it hasn't changed.
Identify with black
and
people,
y'all not saying anything to the contrary. Only thing y'all saying is we shouldn't put it on in front of everybody else. Do they do it in your culture? So on and so forth. What's the real result? What's the real issue that y'all have a problem with, other than the fact that y'all didn't like the fact that Amira was shooting 10 for 10. She didn't miss one shot yesterday. And y'all gonna get mad at me for saying that she didn't miss a shot, instead of getting mad at the fact that y'all was missing shots all night long and y'all couldn't defend your points and she was racking it.
Let me speak, Anton, if I can. Okay, so
Courtney, yeah, this dude is trash for that. He's part of the trash culture that will you'll big up a white woman and who was wrong, but you were too ignorant enough to know it, because she said a lot of things that were incorrect on that. I don't know what he said. He said yesterday, so I don't know if they did something a day prior to this. I didn't watch that, but from the first episode that I played, that I listened to, like I said, I listened to an hour prior to what I started planning on tonight's stream. I didn't listen to the rest, so I don't know exactly what happened there, because I think it was like 5 or 6 more hours, and I couldn't listen to all of that stuff. But what I saw, she said a lot wrong. She said a lot wrong here too as well. like I said again, if you know what Islam is, her sitting there with no hijab and makeup on is missing a big shot, because it ain't even her. As a matter of fact, she's doing her husband a disservice. Let me touch on this point. So she's supposed to be this, like they laud her as this woman that's taking care of her husband and taking care of her husband's things. She's putting her husband into sin just by the mere fact of not wearing hijab and wearing and makeup like she's doing, because the husband is every shepherd is responsible for his flock. The husband is responsible for his family. The wife is responsible for the husband's household and his children. And every person will be judged on, their being that shepherd. And so he's responsible. So things that if he knowingly knows she goes out like this, she's putting him into error and sin because he's not correcting her. So why would you put your husband into sin? Not only is she committing the sin, but she's putting her husband into it because he's not correcting her. And I don't know why he's not correcting her, because it's not even a command from the husband to wear hijab. It's from, Allah, who she considers, her God. So it's a command from him, not even from her husband. Her husband would be wrong if he said, "Hey, don't wear hijab," when Allah said to wear it. So she's putting her by sitting there. So she's missing all kinds of shots. But Anton is ignorant. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know what Islam is. He doesn't know anything about Islam. Like I said, he may have made some good business moves and able to make some money, and he got the bag, so forth and so on. He understands that. He ran a restaurant or whatever businesses that he owns, and he got the bag. He's knowledgeable in that. He can invest. He knows how to invest, but he's ignorant of a lot of other things, and Islam is one of them, because Amir is missing a lot of shots. You spend 5 hours on that show, Uncovered, and however many other shows that she's done in YouTube videos and wherever else she's been, Uncovered. She's committing the sin, but also bringing her husband into the sin with her, because he's not correcting her. But, she's taking care of him. She's not missing a shot.
One thing that we disagree with is that you are willy-nilly happy to talk about anything in front of other people that's not in culture. That's great. We already know that that's where me and you disagree. That's fine. Amira can talk about whatever that she wants, but we're talking about a particular culture. And to have someone on our panel that we say it's trash in a culture that will look at you as a black man as trash is a problem.
Right. And see, you should have said this. You should have said this clear. You should have said not. See, because she's saying she's putting it on a mirror, and that's where she made the mistake. She's like, someone sitting on this panel that will look at you as trash. You shouldn't have made it personal to a mirror. You should have just said Arabs look at black people as trash. That would have included her by default, because she claims to be Arab. Or you could have just simply said white, because she identifies as white. I would have said a white Arab, so that way, in one shot, I would have made sure that, okay, it covers you, Amira, but I'm not saying you specifically. And that's where she messed up, because now you're saying Amira is racist, and you have to, as Neely Fuller says, if you're gonna accuse her of being racist, you gotta have proof. You gotta provide the proof. And I don't know if you have proof of her calling Anton anything or anything like it. Even if she said it in some of her other live videos, you're not going to be able to bring up that proof in this type of environment. So I would have just left it at white Arabs, are anti-black, and I would have left it at that. That would have included her by default.
And I know, because
I'm winning.
Hold on, no. I'll let you speak. I'll let
Who's it a problem for, Courtney? Who is it a problem for?
Anton, I'm gonna speak.
Okay,
and it
go
might
ahead.
not be a problem for you, but for me, that represents nuclear for Black love and Black folks to come together, and that we have someone on there that culture legitimately looks at you as beneath them as a Black man.
She making it personal.
They have words when they're in
that's where she messed up. Yeah, see, you should have said it. Don't laugh. Just say, hey, white Arabs, they have a word. They abid, it means slave, that they call Black people. And just leave it at that, because, not all, obviously, I can't say that all, but as a blanket general in their countries, in their culture, she's saying they look at Black people as less than. This is true. Muslims do this. There's a difference between Islam, and I always point this out because this is how a lot of Muslims like to try to weasel out of Muslims being racist. They'll say, well, Islam isn't racist. Well, yeah, Islam isn't, but Muslims are. So, I wish you wouldn't have made it personal to Amira. She should have just put it on Arabs as a blanket statement, but she should have done it way before Anton came in, because she got emotional when Anton came in.
You go over there.
Again, you still concerned about what somebody else thinks.
Because they do.
I don't care what nobody else thinks. I only care about the results.
You're not the only one in this. Anton, you're not the only one in this. You're not. Hold on. You're not.
She putting words in her mouth. We gonna let her rock. We gonna let her hang herself. Go ahead.
That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to worry about whatever no one thinks about you. That's fine. But guess what? They have a code. And then legitimately, the old school Muslims from Lebanese have a code. And I read about it, and I heard about an old man that told me about that. He said it's an honor code that they have, that they will not speak ill will on their women nor men at all to anyone. They will hide it, and they do, because they have a particular prestige that they want to have. They'll deal with it at home like normal families do, but they not airing their business out. You won't see not a white man, white woman, Mexican. You won't see that at all.
But outside of this show, women do it all the time.
I don't care about that.
We're talking about culture.
You air your business out every single day, and you sitting here talking about what somebody else is paying attention to. You sat here on this platform and aired your whole life out, and now you gonna sit here.
That was my decision.
No. Right, you're right. And it's my decision. Now it's my decision to say what I'ma say. I didn't sit here and criticize you. You're right. I am gonna say it. I didn't sit here and criticize you. The one thing I never do, Courtney, is tell you what you gonna have to do. I don't have an opinion. I let you choose for yourself, because you're your own grown person. And the only thing that I care about is giving you a voice to voice whatever it is that you say. Every conversation that you and I have offline is, Courtney, what do you want to do? Courtney, what do you feel is best? Now, you can't sit around here and be hypocritical and then turn around on me and tell me what I'm supposed to say in front of everybody after you sat there and aired your whole life out, and then gonna sit here and tell us that we making our culture look trash in front of everybody else?
Sir,
how does that make sense?
I did not say that you can say or not say anything. What I said is that if I have a problem with something, I'm going to say it, because I am an adult, and we do have a difference of opinion, and it's okay. You can believe something and I can believe something, but if I have a problem with what you have to say, act like I'm not going to say it. And I did. I didn't say you could. I couldn't. I never said.
Hold on, you guys.
Hold on. No. I never said that you couldn't say something. I never said you couldn't say something. But what you said before, and you've always said this, don't be surprised about the comments. Okay. Because when you say something, it opens yourself up, like me as well, to get pushback and just comments on it. When I opened up my life, when I opened up my life, of course I got pushback. When you say certain stuff, you gonna get pushback too. And you got pushback from me. So what?
You're right, but you're still wrong. And you still can't stand on your point.
But I've been very consistent. When you brought
consistently wrong on this specific point.
When you brought the white little lady on here, I said the exact same thing. When you bring anybody, I'm going to say the exact same thing. That's my stance.
Again, it don't
and
matter.
My stance is
your stance is against the person and what they look like, and not their point.
No, it's
and
not.
that's what makes you wrong.
No, it's
when somebody says something
in the Middle East.
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
I don't
you don't
care.
care.
Wait.
I don't care.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
I don't care.
Hold on.
Again, what it comes back down to.
I do.
When it comes back, I'm about to say this last point, and then Amira, you can say it. What it comes back down to is that the argument that Courtney has against people is what they look like and whether or not that's relevant and what it is that they're saying.
That's not what she
and
said.
she's not arguing against their point. She's arguing against their culture.
I think it's not about what she looks. It's the culture of
we need to let Amira talk now. We need to let Courtney.
I think Courtney.
Hold on, Kay.
Fair culture situation.
Hey, we don't need you to this. Courtney can defend herself. She's wrong.
I'm not.
People. Come on, let's let Amira talk. Go ahead, Amira.
I hear all of you out, and I can't speak for I can't speak for everyone.
But you have been.
Courtney's talking about something that people call someone in a different country. Look, in Russia, they have things that they call people who are darker than them. In Russia, I was the N-word.
No, you
In
wasn't.
Russia, I get called the N-word because that's how it is. I can't. In every culture, there's gonna be people who are ignorant and racist. I don't speak for them when I'm talking to you all. I speak as Amira. I'm just Amira, and I love you guys, and I love watching your show. That's why I wanted to be here, because of the conversations. I'm not here to represent Lebanon and the bad of Lebanon and the good of Lebanon. I'm just giving you guys a different point of view.
You should just be telling the truth.
I'd appreciate maybe you guys can just see me for me and not for what you may have seen in the past with some Lebanese person back in the day who may have said something.
We can do that, but the thing is, when someone makes a blanket statement as the Black culture is trash, then they're speaking for the Black culture. So then when we try to compare it to your culture, then it's just on you.
Right.
So that's not.
I speak for me. I don't speak on behalf of nobody but myself.
You kept saying
for me. I think that Black culture is trash.
Yeah, but
I don't speak on behalf of nobody.
Wait, hold on, Anton. And the thing of it is, that's what I said earlier. I said two things. And Anton, I think you honestly in this moment, you have to recognize like two things can be true at the same time. She could take issue to you making the statement and exactly what you're saying about how we don't have to pay attention to that and move forward. Both things can be true, right? And then what I also said, Amira, and I hope you continue to rock with us and continue in the dialogue, because I think your voice is important. I have checked out your channel from the first time that you called. You're very dope. I appreciate your perspective. You know what I'm saying? But please don't take anything personal. Actually, what you're seeing is you've been invited to the cookout.
And you know why you can't say that though, really?
All right, yeah, because this is silly. All these dudes you invited to the cookout, all this silly foolishness. See, this is why I told you. Let me keep going. There's no need to even reason. We have no friends. Dr. Clark told us that we have no friends, and this is true. Even if he didn't tell us this, if you just observe what's been going on, just say that even the past 2 years, if you have eyes, you'd see that Black people have no friends. I mean, my goodness, stop inviting all these people to the darn cookout and all this silliness. And who are you as some spokesman to be able to say that? And Anton might be about to push back and say exactly what I'm saying, but whatever. They're wrong for this foolishness.
Tell me
because you're not the one that had a problem with the things that she said. You're not the one that was debating her. You was just observing. You was the one that was observing her. Here. All of the smoke that she got, and all of the anger, and all of the hidden little idiosyncrasies and things that was coming at her, wasn't coming from you. It was coming from the women.
That's why. Well, he wasn't here. But if we're going to talk about, hold on. Okay, so we're going to talk about, because I did watch her show, and that's fine. And so we're going to do individually based stuff. And again, my base is going to be consistently the same. Is that when we bring somebody on a platform, I think it's important to vet. see what they
there's
feel
some
about us
demand
before
for
they
me to
come
break
onto the
down
show.
her day.
Well, here's the
Not
There was
not
a,
gonna
hold
happen.
on, hold on.
Not
So,
as long as I'm a part of
okay,
this.
y'all
As
got
long
it.
as I'm a part of this show, you might as well end that right now because it's
Okay,
never gonna
so
happen.
there was a comment that was made on one of her shows that she made, and she can clear it up. Is
I wish
who she thought was racist,
you got.
and she made a very particular point that she said the most racist people that she know are Black and Asian.
Okay, Courtney, we're not gonna dive into
No,
that.
don't.
Why?
No,
Yeah,
we
why,
are
JR?
because y'all are going
we
in
don't have to.
on
We don't have to
me.
take
Right.
anything personally.
It's not personal.
Lauren,
but don't.
Lauren and Kate, I want you to go ahead
Of
and
course,
take us home with
don't
this.
shut me up,
You know,
JR.
last thoughts.
When we
It's not
talk
about shutting up,
about
but
what has
we
been
stand on
said
topic
on
right
the
now.
platform that she had.
But we stand on. I understand that we're not talking about her platform. What we're talking about is the show last week. That's what we're talking
They
about.
won't have uncomfortable
Yeah, but we're talking
conversations.
about a woman
Lauren,
on
I'm
the
gonna start with
platform
you.
that calls us
Lauren,
racist.
Hold on. JR was the one talking about having uncomfortable conversations until the conversation got uncomfortable. Because you start talking about racism, then you don't want to deal with that. That's too uncomfortable to deal with. Yeah, that subject is off limits, right?
Courtney, please. Lauren, I'm gonna start with you. I want you to go ahead and take us home with that, and then Kay, I'm gonna come to you to finish us out. All right?
It's amazing.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm trying to remember what the topic at hand was.
Okay, the topic, here you go, right here. The topic was about last week's show. So it was the panel's reaction, dating manners across different cultures. The whole thing that I just wanted to have a conversation where we brought in like different cultures and just hear like the differences. It wasn't meant for each culture to attack and who's better, who's this, who's that. I just wanted to highlight what they do in their culture.
Yeah,
How they do things. Go ahead.
I still stand behind the Black culture being a complex culture. There are many different things that make us us and make us unique, which is why I feel like it's very hard for us to either describe or come to like one concrete thing that makes us us when it comes to dating, because we're taking pieces of everyone else's culture and making it ours, and it goes all the way back to how we were brought here. And
I don't get what we take some of everybody else's culture. I don't get what they're talking about. If we were taking, I mean, taken from who? Taken from where? Taken from what? I mean, if you're talking about Black Americans and in America, hell, American culture just white and Black, just because even whites didn't have in a certain time frame, hey, in order to have sex you had to be married, and Black people were that way. You get to the sexual revolution and then all hell breaks loose. But so who are we taking from? I mean, because I don't understand what they're talking about. We're taking from other people's cultures, and maybe they're talking about from a religious standpoint. I don't know. I wish it really would have been able to define culture so that way they could maybe be more specific.
And kind of what was forced upon us. And I really loved the show. I watched it. I was in the comment section and hearing, what they had to say. And the thing that really stuck out to me was the fact that they were very clear. This is clear cut. This is what we believe when dating. This is what's acceptable. But for us, again, because we all come from and subscribe to like very different ways of being when it comes to our culture, it's just very hard for us to agree on what's the right way, the wrong way, the best way. That's just what I come to believe.
See, and I don't get that. I don't get this whole thing. Something was forced on us. On us, no. Maybe our ancestors, yes. Us, no. Nobody forced me to get married. Nobody forced women out here and men out here to have premarital sex and unprotected sex and have babies out of wedlock. And I'm not harping on that. I'm just saying these are personal choices. Nobody's forcing that on us. So, Kay, Okay, let's just take the black women on the panel. Kay has never been married, and I would imagine that she has sex, but she was like, "Hey, absolutely not. I'm not having no baby unless I'm married." That sounds like a personal choice. Courtney hasn't been married, but she has a baby or a child, I should say, not a baby anymore, but a child. Sounds like a personal choice that she and some man got together and had sex and had a baby. And let me even back up. And she could have aborted the baby because that's legal here. And I'm glad she didn't. I don't subscribe to abortion and all that kind of stuff. So I'm glad that she didn't. But she chose to keep the baby. Now Lauren hasn't been married, nor has she had a child, and I don't think she's dating. At least Kay says she had a boyfriend. So these sound like personal choices that each one of these women made. Chicago Rilla was married. Anton's been married. Anton was very specific about not having children before he got married. And then when he got married, he was only we're only having the one child. Chicago Rilla was married, had a few kids, got divorced. He's in a relationship now, living with the woman. Sounds like personal choices to me. I don't understand this. Something was forced on us. But let me keep going. I just don't get that. Maybe our ancestors, you could say that about, but us right now, 2021, and hell, the past 30 years, however old these people are, it wasn't anything forced on us.
So,
Okay. I didn't. Lastly, go ahead and Kay. Go ahead and finish us.
I don't like how every time somebody says something, and this is what that Foolie or whatever was saying when he called in. And for the record, I don't know that man, even though that was the narrative that like he was my friend.
Bruh.
I don't know him. I never heard of him. I don't know who he is. But JR, you just did it to Courtney.
Cut me off.
She was talking and you said, well, we're going to change the topic. I'm used to that happening to me. I am. It's just the thing that happens.
Okay, what you have to understand is that I run the show, right? Okay.
You do.
She's on the show. We're talking about a particular topic, and then it becomes personal.
On the show, and you're talking about what?
We were talking about culture, and then she changed it to talking about her. She has a platform.
And
Courtney, we're not talking about it. Okay, go ahead.
See, JR, they got JR on that one because she did do that. She was talking about culture. The first clip I played, and most of this clip, she was talking about her culture. When her culture started becoming under attack and the bad things get pointed out about her culture, well, I'm not here to speak for the bad or the good in my culture. Just take me as a person. She did that. And these guys, I don't know, that white woman magic boy is strong. He's got these three brothers on here damn mesmerized or something. Chicago Rilla inviting her to the goddamn cookout. JR totally overlooked this stuff that she's saying. And Anton, I don't know. This white woman magic boy, I tell you, I swear, man, it's like kryptonite to some of these dudes. I swear it is, because she's literally said that when her culture started taking heat. Okay, now I'm not here to speak for my culture. Oh, there's racist people in every culture. So Courtney did a good job there. I thought she could have did better, but they holding JR to it because he did do that.
That's out. Okay, go ahead and finish us out so we can get off.
Courtney asked a question about the something. What did you say, Courtney? It was
because I said on the platform where she specifically said who was the most racist, and she said Black people are most racist. She said on her platform that we wasn't ready for a Black president. She said maybe if we could have been the first Black Secretary of State that could have been, but we wasn't ready for nobody black in office.
Hey, Court, can I ask you
But
something?
she also says that we don't, there shouldn't be, because this is important. You have someone on a black platform talking to thousands of black folks. We need to understand where she's coming from.
Wait a minute.
When I have someone that says,
but see, hold on. Let me hold on. Stop. Hold on. Let's just set this. Stop. No, bro. No.
One more time.
Nobody. Okay, cool. Let's be clear. Let me set the standard and the stage right here. This is not a black platform. This is a platform in which we have conversations that ultimately could foster growth. No, I don't know where you got that from. I don't know where that came from. This is
mostly watches.
Yo,
it doesn't matter who mostly watches.
Please don't interrupt me again. This is not a black platform. I don't know where you got that from. I don't know who told you that. I know it wasn't me. I don't know who told you that on the side.
We're all black.
Hey, could you please stop for a second? I said, please don't interrupt me.
I literally haven't said like 5 words this whole time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, their coon chips are definitely activated.
This is a platform where we have uncomfortable conversations. Nobody owns it. It's here for us to not mute or censor anybody, regardless of how they feel. The only thing that we ask is for you to defend your position. We can feel differently. We can look at things differently, but censorship is not where it's at. I don't believe in cancel culture. I don't believe in people taking things.
Censorship is not where it's at. When JR stopped Courtney from speaking about the racism going on in Lebanese culture and Arab culture.
For being something that it was not created to be. And so I don't know where y'all got that narrative, but that's not what's happening over here. We're having uncomfortable conversations regardless of who come on a platform and regardless of whether or not you agree with them or not. Defend your position. That's all we ask.
Everybody agrees.
It's that simple.
Fine, but the problem is when someone starts to say something, then it's changed the topic. Don't get on that right now. Let's not talk about it. There was a caller that called in last week that said the exact same thing. Courtney literally, and I understand I'm not the fan favorite. I get it. I get that. It happens to me often. But Courtney, for it to happen to her, like what? Y'all rock with
because I'm saying something that I shouldn't be saying, but I have gotten muted.
Okay, I gotta say, I don't know why these. If this is happening, I don't know what their ultimate end goal is. Kay and Courtney, I don't know what their future plans are. But if you're in an environment like this, that you don't think you're being treated fairly, I'm not sure why they are still on the platform. Because at this point, you probably could go off and do your own thing. You have good or bad. Like Kay says, she's not the fan favorite, right? People will watch you if they don't like you. They'll watch you obviously if they like you, but they'll watch you even if they don't like you. So not sure what their future plans are, but and then if Anton is the employer, he's an emotional boss. I would never advise anybody working for somebody that emotional, especially in an environment like this, to where there's no oversight, right? There's no like human resource department or EEOC or something like that that has some checks and balances over him, because it's just like when he wants to flex his muscle and, hey, wait, don't cut me off and don't do this again. Like, okay, you're gonna fire somebody or something. Like, what are you gonna do? Come through the screen, computer thug and all that kind of stuff, and pimp slap somebody or something. Like what if they cut you off again? Like, stop. You know what I mean? Like, come on. So I mean, but they would do better. I think, especially Courtney. I think actually even tag teaming like the girls that used to work with Tariq. I think they wait. I think they probably waited too late once that one show he had with them on it to do something. They should have done something together, like a YouTube thing, because they had a following. But Courtney and Kay, like if they did something, maybe together, and they actually interview real, like, knowledgeable people in Black sphere, different professors or scholars in Black studies, Black male studies, something to that effect. If they did something to that effect, I think that would be better served for them, because I think they're not intellectually, I don't think they're going to grow as much as they would in an environment like that. But they would learn. They could ask questions and not talk as much, and then actually learn a lot. But I don't know the end goal, so let me just keep.
You were just talking. Courtney, you were just talking, and what happened? What happened?
We're not talking about that. We're moving on.
Exactly.
Family.
All right, go ahead, Rella.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Rella.
Yeah, and listen. In a rare moment, like I 1000% agree with Anton. Like, yeah, we're predominantly Black. Yeah, we're all Black faces on the platform. But the conversation has the thing. What I reached out to JR about, what I was on his head about, what I salute, what I champion about him, what I absolutely love about the brother and think he's a creative genius for, is because he is fostering uncomfortable conversations. Even for him to have the vision and the foresight to even move it forward and say, okay, we need to move it outside of our specific ethnicity.
What is our specific ethnicity? It's been our specific ethnicity on here since the start of this show. You just now invited someone on here permanently, because I think they had a white guest. According to what Courtney said earlier, that there was some other white woman on there. But to my knowledge, it hadn't been anything permanent. And now I guess they have a mirror on here permanently. So our ethnicity. So it really is acknowledging it, but he has to
ethnicity and our genders or whatever. Like that's what this is about. And I think we're missing it when we dial in and then we say, if we move the goalpost and we take it away from last week's show, which is what the first topic is about, and we start dialing in and start dissecting her entire platform, the question then becomes, because we can go down that rabbit hole too, does she not have the right to have her opinion? Right? And I don't think this is the time or the place for her to dissect. And I'm pretty sure she could defend her positions on what she said. It's on her platform. She said them. Look at her face. She looks confident. I'm pretty sure she could defend them. I just don't think this is the time or the place. And then we also got to understand, as much as people complain about what JR does, he has a hard job in terms of curating this show. And he has every right to say, that's not the topic. That's not what we're going down the path of. So we got. I hear you, Court. I hear you, Kay. I rock with y'all. Y'all know this 1,000%, but we gotta keep it 1,000.
Hold on, Courtney. Hold on, Courtney.
Not said. The
hold
topic
on, Courtney.
was.
I'm gonna go to Amir and let her defend herself. Go ahead, Amir.
Okay. Yes, there are some things that are said on my channel, and everyone is welcome to check it out. What I think Courtney is taking out is the context of like what was going on, that whole conversation. If you just take one piece out and say, Amira said this, it looks bad. Of course it's going to look bad. But in that conversation, if you check out the thread that was in, there was a lot of things going on in that conversation. And what I wanted to do was flip things back on another person.
Hold on, Courtney, let her talk.
I wanted to flip things back on that person just because that person was, I don't remember the full conversation, but I do remember what I said. And yeah, and the only reason I said that is because there's certain things that I've seen, because I used to live in New York and I went to a majority Black school, and things that I saw were different. And people say, well, I mean, this is a whole political conversation. I don't know if you guys want to get into politics. It's mostly like leftist versus rightism kind of thing. But if you take it out of context, of course, it looks bad. But I'm not you're trying to accuse me of being a racist. I'm not a racist. If that's what you're trying to say.
I did not say that. I just quoted some stuff that you said on your page.
You were implying it, Courtney. I would have just, like I said, yeah, you should just. That's why you should have made it general about her culture, and it would have it would have implicated her without you having to be more personal, because you did get personal with her, because you were saying someone on the panel whose culture would look at you as trash, etc. So that's saying, Amira, you're, you know what I mean? It pointed to Amira too specifically, but nonetheless, it is what it is.
The topic was, what were some things that we did not say on the last show. Unfortunately, we don't know who's coming on. All I know is that when you came on and you talked about Muslim rhetoric, I'm a Christian, so we have a lot of the same traditions. But then it became, talking about our culture. But however, we didn't talk about your particular culture. We talked about your religion, and it's two different things.
It is.
So when I started to learn about your culture and some of the things that's happened, the maids, the Africans that's over there, the women, the black women that get treated like slaves, and they're called
we have
slaves.
Asian slaves too.
Well,
it's not just
slaves.
See, but that doesn't make it better.
It's rampant in the Middle East. It's in the Middle East. It's all over.
Right, but okay.
Oh my God! This
so
chick said with a smile on her face.
It was a part of the culture that wasn't talked about. So we were so gun ho on dissecting and degrading our culture and bigging up yours, but there's still problems in your area too. And
we were talking about it.
I'm not going to be the woman ever to downgrade my culture in front of anyone that also has problems too. And we're bigging up someone else and belittling ours. That's not.
We were talking about a specific topic, and in that topic, there are things that I guess Westerners like more than what they're seeing now. That's what we were talking about in particular. It wasn't to big up this culture and to put down this one. These were topics about marriage, and that's how marriage is in my culture. And I'm just giving you the truth. And you guys saw how it is in the West. You guys see how it is in the West.
It moved from just dating to the culture in general.
And
we were talking about marriage.
All right, y'all.
Look at Anton is shaking his head. He's the one that did it. This fool is the one who moved the conversation from dating and marriage across cultures. That's why I went back, because that's where it started. But it moved from there. When he says black culture is trash, he's talking about Sha'Carri Richardson and all this. That didn't have anything to do with dating and marriage across cultures. So Courtney is right. These people can't remember half the crap that they say. They say so much.
All right. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk.
Okay, this is it.
If you guys are just tuning in, make sure you guys get these likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And we do have a special announcement while we at it. Amira is part of the Lapeef network. So let's welcome her to the network.
Oh my God! Look at these. Come on, Rilla.
Stop playing.
Rilla.
This is a good welcome.
This white girl.
This is a really good welcome. I get called out.
Rilla, come on.
At least we get this out in the beginning. Fine, we'll get it out in the beginning.
That would make sense.
Did y'all set this up perfectly? I mean, what? Now
JR set it up.
JR was too overjoyed.
I knew as soon as she got off the call on that show, JR was like, make sure you hit me in my inbox. Morpheus.
Yes, Amira, she is part of the network. We've got some great things in store. So make sure you look out for her. She's family. She's family.
Thank you.
All right.
So she's gonna be on the family trip then.
Oh God. Okay, I can't. Let me jump over here to okay, so this next one is a contrast. And like I said, this is where I saw this response, because like I said, I saw the clip of Anton saying that the Lapeef Let's Talk show is not a black show. So, at that point, it was really no other reason for me to go over there. Like I said, I wasn't really watching it anyway. It just a lot of they didn't really invite any scholars over to talk about some of the topics, so it's just kind of all opinion based. And I have an opinion, that's in some regards and on some subjects is more informed than theirs. And then so I started. I think I probably started making content or whatever anyway, or planning on making content myself. So I really stopped watching it. But like I said, I saw it on social media. It was being talked about that it's not a black show. So it's really at that point, it's like, okay, well, there's really no reason for me to but so I was subscribed to the channel, whatever. Anyway, I was subscribed to Omowale's channel for a while, and then he really jumped into making content and following him on social media. So I actually caught and this is what prompted me to go back and look and try to understand what was going on. So let me
question number four.
Let me bring this up. So this is from a larger show, and he broke it up into different questions, and he has a panel, probably mostly of Pan Africanists, from what I can understand. I'm not familiar with not that many I've seen on his show before. Maybe like I think the brother Shaka Ra and Nazaire, I think that's his name, and Bomani. I'm not familiar with any of the other ones I've only seen them on Omowale's show, which is the Race Power Manhood podcast. So here it is. He says, is Anton Daniels from the Lapeef Let's Talk show right about black culture being trash? So here's the opposite take, and then we'll talk about it. This is relatively short compared to the other stuff that we were listening to. But
so
let's keep going.
Question number 4. This is the Lapeef leftover segment on going off topic. There's a show on YouTube. I've been like really, as I've been doing my research to prepare to be a content creator, just been looking at different aspects and different schools of thought. And there's a show. I was under the impression that it was a black show, but they came out vociferously, if that's even a word, to make it known that although we are black, this is not a black platform.
Right.
So,
yeah, I was shocked by that.
But there's
too,
one
brother.
particular personality on the platform, brother, by the name of Anton Daniels, who has a position that I find to be very interesting.
So because I actually saw the clip of Anton saying it's not a black show before I actually saw this. So I guess we must have saw Anton saying it wasn't a black show around the same time. Because like I said, it was trending on social media, on Twitter specifically. And so I was like, okay, wow. Okay, But nonetheless, let's keep going.
He is adamant about black culture being trash. And I'm noticing from YouTube that there are a lot of black people who share in that sentiment. So I feel like we have a pretty culturally informed perspective or culturally informed panel today. So I wanted to present that question to the panel. Is the brother Anton Daniels correct? Is black culture, in fact, trash? Now this is go ahead. Somebody get to it.
First question. Who the fuck is Anton Daniels? Who the hell is that? I don't even know who that is. First of all,
there's a show called the Lapeef Let's Talk show, and so right now on Black YouTube and the I guess it's the Manosphere, right? And black male content creators, there is a lot of new personalities that have been around on YouTube for a while, but are now amassing significant audiences. And just to be fair, as a new black male content creator, I'm playing in that similar space. You know what I'm saying? I'm in my sheet wireless. I'm trying to clear the lane and make room for my content in a very hostile environment. Because what I've learned about this environment is they are very unfriendly, because I'm losing words here, to people who are race conscious or people who push for race pride or race solidarity. But I'm still entering the space because I'm doing content for men and doing content about manhood. So I can see that I'm going to be crossing some swords in the future.
Pause.
Paul, let's go ahead, brother Bomani. Hold on 1 second.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
All right, y'all go ahead.
First of all, Manosphere, fire feed that. Okay, first of all, we're not doing that. I don't even know what that means. Manosphere, like ain't no women around. What's going on? But
it's all
I find that a lot of people.
it's always this corny jokes, man. You know, so many black men are so conditioned to being shamed that they do it. I don't even know if it's unconscious. I don't know at this point, but manosphere. I mean, it's a lame joke. Manosphere. What is that? Ain't no women around. Like, come on, man. Just get to the point. Like, stop with the corny trying to insinuate that somebody's gay and all this foolishness, man. Let's just stop. Like, eh, knowing that you ain't really going hard on gay people like that. I mean, just stop. You know, I always question. So they'll talk about the anti-black male misandry and whatever, anti-black misandry, whatever. They'll talk about this, but then dig into it when they do this kind of thing. For somebody not to profess to be homosexual, why would you even insinuate that type of ain't no men around? Damn, man, educate yourself, bro. If you don't know what the manosphere is, you know, and I'm not in the manosphere. I mean, maybe my content might sit there like as Omowale is saying, um, because it's black male content. So maybe it would be positioned there. But there are women in that space who make content for black men. You know, but it's just a term to just say this is where black men can go. It's like saying like the black barbershop, and I think Omowale even might have said that already, or he might say it later. But
Who in that space of content creators or whomever, whatever they want to call themselves, none of them are Pan Africanists. None of them are nationalists, black nationalists.
and see, here's the thing: not everybody has to be, because okay, just like the conscious community, and I'm gonna digress here a little bit. Just like the conscious community has gotten a bad rap, Pan African has that name has gotten a bad rap because they're and see he says this not a none of them are black nationalists. There's a lot over there that actually, if you listen to their content, you know, they may poke and prod, but they are maybe not Afrocentric, like you know, but blacks, but more so black American focus in terms of you know wanting to do better for black people and black American people specifically, but don't believe necessarily in Pan Africanism, and that's a whole different talk show. But you know, you make a joke about what is the manosphere, and then you say none of them over there are black, and I guarantee you haven't, because just like Omowale it was saying, I did a lot of research on who's who and what's what, and listened to enough of their content that I know that some of them have those. They might not call themselves that, but they have advocated for you know black. But their content in terms of the they make content for a general audience, but you know I've heard several say this, you know, that and the third or whatever. But they don't all have to be. We don't all need to think the same. That's one of the things that I don't understand. If I don't have to call myself a Garveyite or a Pan Africanist in order to say, hey, I'm trying to do something for the black community. We have to have variant thoughts. We can't have or you know thought processes and ways of thinking in order to get to a solution. Just everybody thinking and regurgitating the same thing gets us nowhere because okay, and I know this is going to make some people upset, but it is what it is it's a fact, right? None of the people that we've looked up to, this is why out of all of the scholars that have come before us and so forth, my absolute favorite is Neely Fuller. You know, there's so many that I rock with and I absolutely you know take from and so forth. But Neely Fuller, and the reason why I say Neely Fuller, and he's not a, and I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to be credentialed by a white um, university system, because in order to get your PhD, or in order to get, you know, you have to be credentialed by, you know, it's the white system. We know the baccalaureate and all that, the history of that stuff or whatever, degrees and so forth. But Neely Fuller is just as much as, of a scholar as any of the doctors that we quote. And he says something that I don't hear any of the others say, and and they might have, I just might not have heard it. But to say that anything that he says, you're supposed to test. It's a theory. It hasn't been proven right or wrong. He said either I'm right or either what I say is right or it's wrong, and you're supposed to test, because he may be wrong. And there, everything is a theory. Pan-Africanism, though it's a sound theory, it is still a theory, because we don't know what's going to end white supremacy until something ends white supremacy. So that means everything that we think about is a theory until it's proven to be a fact, right? So we can say this: Marcus Garvey, he came and he went, and white supremacy is still here. Dr. John Henrik Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. We can name, and I love all of Dr. Amos Wilson. All of these people we can name. They've come, they've gone. Their knowledge is still here for us to act upon and implement, and hopefully the things, what they left will ultimately end the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice. But it hasn't to this point. So everything that they taught and is only a theory. So can we be more successful than them is the question, is the ultimate question. Can we master what they mastered, or implement what they taught to implement better than they can to end the system? Or is there another answer to ending the system? That remains to be seen. But that's why I like Neely Fuller, because his brain thinks that way. And so this brother saying they're not Pan-Africanists, we don't all have to be. We all just have to work for a common goal. And then again, and I'm going to say this because a lot, from what I saw, a lot of them missed the one component that is needed. Definitely, I know is needed to end the system of white supremacy, which is what they are fighting against. Is that we have to be on code and have personal responsibility and discipline.
But is black culture trash? Absolutely not. It's being promoted and sold and marketed in a way that it makes it look like it's trash. The rest of the world, what they view on TV, because we don't control the images that's being projected around the world about our culture, is being sold and projected as trash. Like I was on the island. I was in Dominican Republic one time, and this young Dominican kid came up to me, and the first thing he said to me was, "What's up, nigga?" Part of my language. And I had to instruct him that, one, talking to me like that, you know, you're lucky you're a little kid, because I'll probably throw your little ass in the garbage somewhere. Second of all, don't assume that every black person you meet speaks that way and want to be greeted in such fashion. But this is what's being promoted around the world as black culture, that this is how we talk to one another, that everybody's cool with that. We do know at one point in time, the way we address one another wasn't acceptable. We wasn't walking around calling each other the N-word or referring to our sisters as the B-word, but this has been promoted as acceptable. This has been promoted through hip-hop, and we don't control hip-hop. We don't control hip-hop. We don't control the movies, and we don't even control these magazines that speak about our culture half the time.
Okay, see, let me stop right here, because here's where we're going off the rails, where black people have no agency and no accountability, right? We don't control hip hop. It's a common excuse that's made by, and see, this is why I say, this is why there's a lot of black people who don't identify themselves as Pan-Africanists, but have more of a, maybe not their definition of a black nationalist mindset, but have a black nationalist mindset. Like I said, it might not be their definition, but absolutely have that. And the reason why I know is because I'm one of them, right? I wouldn't consider myself a Pan-Africanist, um, and my definition of black nationalism will probably differ from theirs. But to have no accountability, we don't control hip hop. See, because when they say this, then it's just like it's just an excuse, and it's total taking accountability off of black people. We don't control hip hop. How in the world are you going to say we don't control hip hop when black people are the ones who primarily are the ones rapping the lyrics, right? Who's rapping the lyrics? Like all of these people on the panel, did any of them choose to be any of these foul mouth rappers? I didn't choose to be one. So we can control hip hop just by not producing that form of hip hop as black people, right? Now, it may be true that black people aren't the largest consumers of hip hop, but we are still consumers. In fact, Omowale is a big consumer of that, and that which it strikes me funny that when I see videos of him and he's talking about the European mindset, and he's a big Jay-Z fan apparently. Um, there's no bigger Negro-Pean mind than Jay-Z. Jay-Z is a white man in blackface with locks, right? But Omowale's a fan. Jay-Z was detrimental to all the things that he's saying. If any of these guys listen to any of these dudes, I don't know if they still do. I don't know about this brother Bomani, but I know Omowale does. You can't sit up here and complain about somebody calling you the N-word and say, "Oh, it's being promoted. It's being promoted that way." You put, and this is kind of what Anton. See, this is kind of what Anton was saying. This is why I said I didn't totally disagree with what Anton was saying, because this is where this brother's making an excuse. Oh, it's being promoted that way. Guess what? If the black rappers and artists wasn't producing that type of music, then there would be nothing to promote. It's that simple. So we do have some agency and we do have some control. You don't like it. Don't buy it. Don't listen to it. I don't listen to it. I haven't listened to rap like that since 1996. I stopped listening to it because guess what? I no longer was doing any of the things that these rappers were talking about. So I missed a whole generation of rap music, and it didn't affect my life negatively at all. You know, I heard about a lot of these rappers going through the grapevine when what's his name, 50 Cent and Ja Rule and some of these guys were having their big run in the 2000s and 2010s and whoever else was out. I don't know. I didn't buy that. I didn't consume that music. I didn't listen to that music because I wasn't doing any of the stuff that they're talking about. I don't understand to this day how, okay, so I grew up in the 90s and I don't listen to the music that I was listening to in the 90s because I'm not doing what I was doing in the 90s. I mean, I was in my 20s. I'm in my 40s now. I'm in my 40s now. Why would I have no clue of why a 48-year-old would still be listening to something from 1990 when you were in a totally different mindset. And what are you learning from that? So I don't know. And I would gather that everybody on this panel at some point has listened to some rap, or hip hop, whatever you want to call it. I know brothers up north like to fight about rap versus hip hop. I don't care. It's all the same. And see, for him to even say this, it's an excuse because we have some agency. Black people ain't weak. Okay, let me say this. How in the hell are we gonna defeat white supremacy if you sitting up here making excuses about black people can't control hip hop. This is the dumbest thing ever in life. To sit up here and say we don't control hip hop. Somebody else is just promoting it. That's the way it's being promoted. We got social media out here. We could put out all the positive images if we wanted to. There's some people who want to promote that type of thing, and they're making it. You know, black people have no agency whatsoever. Man, how in the hell are we gonna ever defeat white supremacy if you're gonna sit up here and make an excuse? Well, we don't control hip hop. We that damn weak that we no, hell no. I don't believe that we're that damn weak. You can believe that. I don't believe that. We absolutely control hip hop by not producing that type of music. And then listening to it. Because like I said, man, my brother Omowale, and I like Omowale. I agree more with his mindset than maybe Anton, or well, actually not maybe. I was trying to think of a person, but I definitely agree with Omowale more than I do with Anton. I don't agree with everything Omowale says because I don't listen to rap, and he does. You know, he's an advocate for rap. He'll let you know. He's a Jay-Z fan, and I'm not a fan of any man, especially Jay-Z. Like I said, who's the biggest Negropean? So, you know, he could come at you know, the dudes in the manosphere and so forth and so on. That's fine. But Jay-Z he's these dudes on steroids. So then you should be going at Jay-Z too. He's a Negropean on steroids. He's about getting the bag at whatever cost. Has he done some good for the community? Sure. But he ain't a Pan-Africanist, but you listen to him. Jay-Z has never said once ever that I've ever seen that he's a Pan-Africanist, but you listen to him. So I don't want to hear this stuff about these people are not Pan-Africanists over here, especially, and like I said, I don't know if this brother Bomani listens to rap like that or whatever. I don't know him like that. I don't know if he has a YouTube channel or what, but I know Omowale does. So talking this junk about somebody ain't a Pan-Africanist, Jay-Z ain't. And you listen to him, and you said you're a fan of him. So let's keep going here.
So we've accepted these terms and these things as culture, even in our own circles, even in our own communities. We accept some of these things as our own culture, but
you accept. I don't
African
accept
people's African culture.
I don't accept it. You accept it, and we know that there's brothers and sisters who run around calling themselves in this, be this, in. So we can't just put it on somebody projecting this and projecting it around the world, because there's people who say it, right? Nobody controls the jokes that Dave Chappelle says. But in front of a group of white people on Netflix, and I like Dave Chappelle in some regards. I don't agree with this aspect. It's nigga this, nigga that, nigga every. Come on, man. So I don't agree with that. I like some of the things that he talks about, you know, calling out the racism in the LGBT community or whatever. I rock with you with that. But all that extra. So who's making Dave Chappelle say that? It ain't the money. He walked away from 50 million before. So what excuse you got for Dave Chappelle? That's straight up. Dave Chappelle don't have to say that in that special. Then it won't get promoted around the world. He don't have to every single other word he talking about and calling white people nigga this. He don't have to say that. And I shouldn't even be saying it on here because, you know, this is going out, but I wanted to say it for effect and use the correct word, because we saying N word and all this. It don't have the same effect. But black people have agency, man. Stop with this excuse stuff. And like I said, if we can't control at this point, if we can't control what's coming out of our mouths, what we consume with our ears, how in the hell do you ever expect to defeat white supremacy? That's a fallacy. Stop with the excuses, man. Black people can control hip hop by not producing that type of hip hop. And then those of you, because I don't consume it, those of you who consume that hip hop, stop consuming it. Stop streaming it. If you still paying for a subscription to Jay-Z, who rapping back in early 2000s, you're part of the problem.
What is known as Black American culture is no such thing.
Yeah, there is.
We are people that's under oppression. What culture do we have?
That's true. That's true. But see, here's the problem. Omowale, he did the same. He committed the same error that JR did. He didn't define culture from the get-go. So that when you guys are talking about is black culture trash, first you got to define what culture is. Then, just like you just said, you got to define what black is. Okay, are you talking about Black American? Because that's what Anton was talking about. So if you're gonna talk about what Anton said, then you need to keep it on Anton's definition. You can't come in and then change the definition and then say, okay, well, we're talking about all of African culture. But if that's what you want to talk about, define that. So then that you could say, okay, but here we're gonna talk when we say black culture. Yes, Anton might have been talking about this, but this is what we're talking about. Omowale should have defined this from the get-go. This is an error here. Because then this brother said, what is, but there's no Black American culture. I think there is, because the way I define culture, we have our own culture, and it's not African. I go to Africa, I'm not going to look like an African. I'm going to be wearing, and like I said, culture is made up of dress, speech, what you eat, your religion, your politics. All of these things make up culture. Customs, arts, the social institutions, so forth, right? This is why I wouldn't partake of like carnival. I may be African, I may be, you may think all black people are African, fine. I'm okay, fine. But all of us don't partake in carnival. I know I don't. Cool if they do. Okay, those from the Caribbean or those from South America, wherever, Brazil, even in Nigeria, some of the African, whoever partakes of it, partake of it. That's just never been part of my culture.
All right. First off, I want to qualify what I'm going to say before I can say it. Neely Fuller defines culture as whatever you're doing in that moment. That's culture. That's what he says. So with that being said, I think we do have trash moments as a culture. Okay, we had trash moments. And we also, since we're living under white supremacy, we also starting to turn into a culture of white liberals. If you notice, we are becoming overly liberal. We pushing all of their agendas. Anything they tell us to do, we doing. Anything they tell us to think, we thinking. We got gender confusion, sexual confusion. We got every type of confusion right now. So yes, that's our culture because we doing it. Now, it may not be y'all culture because we kind of know better. But when you look at the collective, we got a lot of trash moments. We not really thinking as Africans. We not thinking as black people. We got turned into white liberals, whether we want to admit it or not. Everything they do, we try to do. Everything they say, we say. We trying to impress them all the time. Their enemies are our enemies. We don't listen to nobody else. I mean, you talk to a lot of black people, they don't believe nothing is true until a white person says it. And most likely it got to be a white liberal. It can't just be any white person. They look up to the white liberal. So if that's our culture, yes, we have a lot of trash moments because we stuck trying to act like somebody else. And now we got our own music that somebody else controls. We have clothing style that somebody else makes. So at the end of the day, I feel like we're still in the process of trying to get from under another culture. Before we could really get to developing our own culture, we got to get from under this crackers culture, because right now they are a big influence on us. They influence everything we do. And we just some of the stuff I argue with people about, it's like, am I talking to a white person right now? Because this is just so far-fetched from how Black people behaved even 15 years ago and how they thought, that it's like, okay, this is going to be our culture, whether we realize it or not, because the youth is really embracing white liberal degeneracy and ideologies. And until we shake them off of that, we headed towards a white liberal culture with Black faces. You know, so I would say culture is whatever we're doing in the moment. We have good times, we have bad, we have smart times, we have dumb times. Like even today.
Okay, let me stop him here. I was letting him rock out because, you know, I agree with a lot of what he said. You know, he did contradict himself a little bit, but you see how when someone's reading Neely Fuller, there's more logic there. There's a lot. You remove the emotion, even though it's difficult at times, because you're obviously, if you're reading Neely Fuller, you're passionate about, you know, learning about how the system of white supremacy works and ending it and producing a system of justice. And so it can be emotional sometimes, but still a lot of times, in order to understand, even to understand Neely Fuller, logic has to be implemented because he uses logic. And right away, what is the first thing the brother does? He defines culture so people knows exactly what he's talking about. Because one of the things that Neely Fuller says is you have to be precise with your words. The words have to be laser sharp. These are his words that I've heard him speak, and even in his book. Words are tools. So the brother defined what culture, how he identifies what culture is. You know, he did contradict himself when he said, we don't have a culture, we're under the crackers culture. But if you said culture is anything that you're doing at the time, then we always have a culture. Now, I understood that definition from what Neely Fuller was, but I don't typically use those. I use a general definition of culture. That's why I said it involves the dress, the speech, because it literally, how you're dressed, the language that you speak, the religion, the politics, the food that you eat. That's literally what you're doing at the same time. So it's still the same definition. Literally, right? You're doing this language you're speaking, you're dressed, you should be dressed at all times. We're not walking around here butt naked. So I mean, your politics are on display anytime you're speaking. Your religion, you know, strong belief backed up by action, is on display whenever you're speaking. Because whatever you're passionate about and whatever you believe is most likely going to come out of your mouth whenever you start speaking. So that's the only place that he contradicted himself. I feel that he did a good point of acknowledging the fairness of it, that, you know, there are trash moments, but then he went back to there's certain things that we don't control. And I'm like, okay, we have agency, man. You know, I'm going to keep saying it. We do have control over what we consume. We do have control over what we say. So taking what he was saying about Black people turning into white liberals, you know, we could see that we're in the minority. We saw this with, well, I mean, I believe they finessed that 2020 election, but that's a whole other talk show. But Black people still overwhelmingly turned out to support Joe Biden. I mean, it pains my stomach to even say it, that these guys are thinking that way, but nonetheless, they did. So we have some things to overcome. But I was letting the brother rock out. What is this? Nazir?
It's a viral video of Megan Thee Stallion, a couple other women. Now they at some bougie little white event, and they all just twerking, looking stupid as hell. Like, why are y'all even twerking right now in front of a room full of white people. You know, why? Why are y'all twerking right now? Do y'all know
And
like
nobody
that shit
forced
is
them to do
kind of
that.
embarrassing? It makes you look trash.
And let me say this, and because this is like that Me Too movement stuff, when all these women were saying, "Oh, well, Harvey Weinstein made me do this and made me do that," and you chose to do that. Like unless he just physically pinned you down and violated you, if he said, "Hey, in order to get in this movie, you're gonna have to do X, Y, and Z," you have a choice because you don't have to work in Hollywood. There's millions of people who are not in Hollywood who are successful in life and living good lives. So you didn't have to do X, Y, and Z to Harvey Weinstein in order to uh to make a living. Now you wanted to do it to get into that movie, and then he reneged on the deal, or he didn't put you in the movie. Hey, that was a choice that you made. So here, what the brother is saying, and I think he was talking about Meg Thee Stallion and it's a girl married to Russell Wilson. What's that girl? Sierra. They were over in Italy somewhere, and they were, it was looked like a dinner. They were at some type of fancy dinner or whatever, and they were twerking all over the place. Now, did someone hold a gun to their head and force them to do that, or did they have some type of choice in the matter? I believe they had agency and they had choice. Let's keep going with the shows.
It makes you look low level. It makes you look like you cooning because you doing the equivalent of tap dancing in front of some white people, but instead of tap dancing, you tapping
moment?
Your ass and you shaking it. This is the same thing.
Moment. Lizzo twerking everywhere.
I do feel like
trash.
As a culture, we shouldn't be
black,
too arrogant
or African,
in saying
whatever
our
you want to
culture
call
is
it.
that great because we have work to do and we
got
have
work
issues to identify.
That's right.
That says, okay, let's fix this part in the culture because we got somebody else that's really, really, really influencing our culture to do some bullshit. So like I said, culture is whatever we're doing in the moment. We had good times, we had bad, but we can't be so arrogant that we don't look at the bad.
Appreciate.
Excellent point. Right? It's like what they tell the alcoholics. What do they tell the alcoholic? You must first admit that you have a problem before you can solve the problem. And I was talking about this earlier when Kay was talking about she addresses the problem. You have to identify the problem in order to solve it. You can't solve a problem that you didn't identify. So for people to say there is no trash moments in black culture, that's not true. And we're never going to fix those things if you can't even admit that those are problems. So the brother made a fair point that we have to be honest. And I don't think a lot of times people are being honest. Now, is every moment in black culture, and I'm gonna finish this up when I finish this. Just I'm gonna answer the question myself. But let's keep going here.
Brother Nazir. Just really quick. I know I'm only the moderator, but just I wanted to throw in my 2 cents really quick related to the culture questions, especially as it relates to Black American culture. I do think that African people, whatever vessel that we are placed in, that we express our culture through that particular vessel, even under conditions of oppression, you see certain cultural retentions, and some of the stuff looks similar throughout like the different regions, but like there are things that are very like unique that we see. For example, within Black American culture, right? I attended a funeral. I attended like 3 funerals in the last like week or whatever. But I attended a funeral of a brother of mine. His grandmother transitioned at the age of 93. And just the way that the funeral was done, the way that the singing was done, the music, the way we interact, the food, like there was so much of that in that moment that is just representative of like those are real like cultural moments that you can touch. And although we may not have an appreciation for it, if you really examine it, you start to see like our cultural imprint, right? What it means to be an African person, even if you're here in America. And I imagine that if I was at a funeral or some type of ritual with my Haitian family or with my Jamaican family. Like they would do things and I would look at it like, hey, that looks kind of familiar to what we do, but is based upon their cultural imprint as Africans who experienced the Ma'afa in their own way. So I do think that the culture is there. In my opinion on this whole topic is that black culture is beautiful, but black conditions are not. So that's kind of like the way that I look at it. And then just one last point, just related to the manosphere, and I'm throwing this out here for my own selfish reasons. As a point of clarity, the manosphere is certainly overrun with coons, assimilationists, and integrationists. Um, but I look at the manosphere as the black barbershop, like the virtual black barbershop. It's a place where black men and black male content creators have gathered online, and just strategically for my own interests, I'm trying to figure out how to tap into an audience because I've stumbled onto something that has been I found to be very unique. That outside of what's referred to as the conscious community, I never realized that there is like a gray area of just regular everyday black folks who have some type of race consciousness, although that their coonship is still very much activated. And I'm starting to hear these people express certain things and ideas that are very Garveyite and very Booker T. Washington, but they don't have the history that those of us here have. So I'm trying to figure out how do I infiltrate these spaces, right, as a cultural warrior or as a cultural insurgent, and introduce them to the things like Kwame Ture used to say, the job of the conscious is to make the unconscious aware of the things that they do unconsciously or whatever it is. So it's like there's like an African like reflex that we have in us as and that's probably a term I'm just making up, but there's something there, and I'm trying to figure out how do I cultivate it. So as a man, as a black male content creator, I do see a strategic opportunity within that manosphere space, but I want to make it very clear that that space is very European centered, uh, and thought, behavior, actions, and values. But there's certainly, in business, they call something like a blue ocean, meaning like it's a place that's full of opportunity versus a red ocean that would be like the conscious community. Like it's pretty much the rate of conversion is not going to be great there because people are already poured into it's a bunch of full cups. So I just wanted to throw those two perspectives out there. So y'all pardon me as the moderator. I will hand the discussion back over to whoever wants to jump in on this question.
So yeah, so he said it there. So Omowale is he's not being totally honest, and I rock with a lot of what he said there. That what he said, black culture, and he's talking specifically about Black American culture, is beautiful. Black conditions are not. Okay, so the black conditions part being not beautiful and have bad conditions, that is true. But even in those, see, here's the thing, because there's people like him or people on the panel that made some kind of conscious decision to learn different aspects of black culture, then you can't, then it's very difficult for you to just to put it off on the conditions of that we are in. But to excuse why we see some of the things that we see. So he did say, and he did acknowledge, which, like I was saying, two things that he acknowledged, that each, like you may see some Haitian brothers and you see them do some things and it's very familiar to what we're doing. And this is what I was saying. So I think from the first brother was saying about African culture, it's just not because we're so disconnected. Yeah, some things may look similar, they might have been passed down, but at this point, it may look similar, but it's not the same. So the culture is actually different. Things are expressed differently, and by expressing them differently, it makes it a different culture. And Omowale, he still didn't define culture like this. The brother Nazir did. And then again, like I said, Omowale is going to call black culture beautiful because he sees no problem listening to hip hop. Like I said, and specifically Jay-Z, who sold who sold dope. Like, look, let me say this: if if one person, if one single solitary person, and this is one person too much, died because of Jay-Z's foolishness of selling dope or whatever he was doing in the hood when he was hustling and so forth, no matter how much good he does for the black community, he can never repay the black community for the loss of that one life, because he can't give that person life. He can't bring that person back to life. So all the other good that he does, it will never equate to the black person that was killed because of something that he did. Well, they were selling dope, guns, whatever was going on. I don't know the dude's history. I just know it's always been the story that he sold dope, right? But my man Omowale, to be a brother that's so conscious, I can't understand how this brother still to this day will listen to this stuff. Yeah, and it may not necessarily affect you, but why are you supporting that type of music, which is a part of, I I know without doubt, part of the music that Jay-Z made, because he promotes it himself. He goes on tours. Like this brother Bomani was saying, it's being promoted. Like someone else is promoting it. Like just it's just the white supremacists are promoting it when Jay-Z can book his own tour and go around the world and say in this, and I got 99 problems and this, and whatever, whatever other lyrics the dude got, right? I know they must not be too good, right? Because he said he's regretted. I read an article, some, I don't know how long ago it was, years back, that he regrets. Oh, it was around the Me Too, because the dude Jay-Z is an opportunist himself, right? Because it was around the time of Me Too, and people were getting blasted for all the things he says. Okay, Jay-Z's smart enough to recognize the blowing of the wind. Okay, let me apologize for lyrics that I made back in the day that was insensitive to women and misogynistic. He didn't say they were anti-black though. He ain't say it. Let me apologize to the black community for my anti-black lyrics. Let me just apologize to the misogynistic lyrics, right? And I can't understand how a brother that's just woke, and Omowale, and that he was like, I'm a fan of this guy. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand the disconnect. But then could say black culture is trash. I'm sorry. Some of the music that was made back then was trash, and some of it, I don't know. Some of it now, I'm not going to be a blanket statement like some of the people in my generation like to just blanket all the rap music today that's being made today is trash. I wouldn't say all of anything, but I would know that it is a subset of music that's trash. I mean, culturally, I don't even listen to rap, and I know there's songs by Cardi B and what's he just talking about, Meg The Stallion, this guy, the other brother, that they made the WAP song. Man, that's trash. That's black culture because they're black and they're doing it. Music is a part of culture. That music is trash. Omowale is not going to say it because he's not going to be honest about that part. Because you can't get on here and say anything about black, anything is trash, but some of this music is trash. We have let me let the brothers finish and then I'm gonna go on, because I'll let me not digress. I'll finish my point later. Let me see who else is speaking.
I can jump in.
It's just speaking.
I'm thinking about a lot that you said, and it made me think about funerals as well. When my grandma passed, which was like suddenly, as you know, the culture, our black tribal culture came into effect because, and this is something that black people do. Everyone said, y'all don't need to cook for anybody. Y'all don't need to clean. Like when we were about to leave the hospital after she passed, we had people saying, hey, give me the keys. We're going to your house to straighten up, because obviously everybody comes to your house once they find out you've lost a loved one. That is our culture. Our culture is not degeneracy. Although I agree with the brother, we have to acknowledge certain things, but we have to call it out. So when you look at rap, it is terrible right now, the culture, but you still have hip hop artists. And we just heard some today, right? So that culture is not terrible. That's not bad. That is black culture right there. That rap shit that we seeing that's popularized and everything else, that's not us.
I knew it was gonna be one. She's from up north because she want to make the distinction between rap and hip hop. It, it never fails. I'm sorry. There's some hip hop that's trash too. Like, let's just stop. And they all rap. Like, let's stop. All of it is the same. Let's stop with this. There's rap and then there's hip hop. No, it's all of it the same. Like, let's stop. Come on. We can't sit up here and, at this point, we can't sit up here and say only because of how it used to be back in the days. Only the music from up north is hip hop. Everything else is rap. That's only the main underground hip hop. It's the mainstream is rap. Underground is hip hop. Let's stop. It's all the same. Let's stop with this with the silliness, because let me tell you why. All of the stuff that you want to call rap, it is influencing the hip hop artists. New York, why New York rappers sounding like what do you call these guys from down south, right? And let me preface this because people are like, I thought he didn't listen to rap. I don't listen to rap. I watch the Breakfast Club so I can get to understand what's going on in the culture of hip hop. So I listen to the Breakfast Club, and they've had this argument back and forth about how, the South has been leading hip hop for a long time, rap, whatever you want to call it, whatever. But it's all the same. And you got, because I don't know I can't remember these guys' names to save my life. Some guys they were from New York, and they were debating like, no, these guys are from the South. I'm like, no, they're from New York. And they were like, why all these New York rappers sounding like the rappers from the South? That's how I know this. But I couldn't remember the names to tell you to find the video, the Breakfast Club video that they were discussing all this stuff. So I watch stuff like that, and to stay abreast of what's going on, because I have teenagers, so I need to know what's going on. And I'll say this: I got that from Michael Eric Dyson, but a 60-year-old man, the way he's such a butt kisser of Jay-Z too. Yeah, it's just weird. All these people butt kiss Jay-Z like this, but Michael Eric Dyson said something about that, so I did take that advice, because I didn't even keep up with this stuff until I heard this, and I said, that's a good point. He said he got into hip hop because his son was in hip hop, and he needed to understand what his son was listening to. I said, okay, I can't listen to the music. I'm not going to listen to the music. I can't. My mind just doesn't allow me to go there. So, but I can at least listen to people talk about it. And so that's when I started watching the Breakfast Club. But anyway, let me keep going. Hip hop and rap is the same thing. Let's stop with the foolishness, though. Some of it is trash. Some of it, if you guys like some of it, and some of it is good. I guess there's some conscious rappers out here that I don't know about, but there's a lot of trash. Hip hop artists and rappers, they're one and the same.
The heart, at the core. So I think that we really have to start talking to each other about how to separate the things that don't make us, that don't help us grow. And it was something else you said, Brother Omowale, that I was thinking about, that I wanted to touch on, but I can't remember right now, so I'll come back. But I really think that we have to remember the Black tribal culture, because that is where we take care of each other. That is where we help each other. And a lot of the stuff that I learned before becoming a Garveyite, or quote unquote being introduced to the conscious community. I learned it from my grandma and my mom and them, who had morals and values and just love for the people on their block and love for each other. When they seen something happen to, I remember it was this one girl, I was like 7, and she was in a Chinese store, and they tried to accuse her of stealing, and they grabbed her arm and everything, and they locked the door. They was like, "We not letting you out," blah, blah, blah. The people on the block, the men and the women, and the elders and the young people banged on the door and was like, "If you don't let her out of here, we're going to burn this shit down." And that was the community coming together. They didn't know her, but it was love. And after that, it was like, "Well, we going to sit out here." I didn't know what the hell protesting and stuff was, really. I'm like, I'm sitting on the corner with my grandma. We telling people not to go in the store. People got together and said, "Don't go in here." And what did those people have to do? They had to apologize to the community. They had to try to right their wrongs in a way. So that is our culture. Coming together, even when we don't know each other, we stick up for each other. So we have to like really just show the positive things and try to get rid of the negative things. Acknowledge them so we can change, but really promote the positive.
And that's a fair point. I want to know what I wish I knew what more happened about that store, because and just based on what she said, the obviously the community should have gotten more than an apology. It should have shut the store down, and then a black person opened that same type of store in that same location. And so just forget an apology, and I don't know what else they did. I don't know if they compensated the family or anything like that. But see, this is a fair point. Acknowledge it. We gotta. We got some problems, and let me keep going because it's almost finished here. But she's right. Acknowledge the problems, but promote the good things.
Let me read a couple of these comments, y'all, in the chat before we move on. Somebody said, "Brother Omowale is speaking truth." Sister Professor Toyo, you got a fan. Slam Bradley says he's watching with his sons. His oldest says Professor Toyo is gorgeous and is she single. Stay Balanced says it's definitely possible to infiltrate. I'm assuming he's talking about the Manosphere. Stay Balanced also says there's big opportunity over there. Mr. Untouchable, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Nice perspectives, Brother Omowale. Open minds exist. How can we get an African War College sticker? Well, I tell you what, 5 of y'all gonna win them tonight. So I'm gonna ask my panelists to look through the chat at some of the people who y'all thought gave dope comments throughout the night, and just private message me the name of one of the individuals. And at the end of the discussion, I'm gonna
skip forward a little
show y'all real quick so you can see the. And then we have it as a power mug. I'll tell you who to.
May I speak, Brother Omowale?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Queen Goddess, please do.
You made an excellent point. Now, although I don't think Black culture is trash, I just don't feel like I should have to answer this question. Like, I'm not going to answer that because many of y'all have already gave some good context to that. However, you said something really, really important when you spoke. And this is probably one of the things that I see as the most problematic whenever I do grassroots organizations and I'm working directly with organizations. Prior to this whole Pan-Africanist Garveyite experience, I'm not sure if y'all grew up in the church, but I grew up heavily involved in ministry. And typically when you go into church, if it's a church that has a goal and if they're focused, you're not just coming into the church and everybody's just lackadaisical. You have different people with positions. More specifically, I feel like Pan-Africanism is our ministry. And like you said, you got that gray area in limbo of Black people who not really rocking with what's going on, but they haven't really ventured all the way across the bridge to our side. And I feel like who we are supposed to be speaking to is them. So like, if you already know about Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, if you already know about Neely Fuller, you're not my audience. I'm not talking to you at all. I'm talking to the everyday Black person who is involved in niggerdom. Like, I am talking to you. You are my target, like,
I'm
audience.
sorry, that's funny.
And I think we have to turn our mindset into kind of like we're evangelizing.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Like, just like we did when we were in church and you go out into the community and you're trying to convert people to your team. The gospel that we have to give now is Pan-Africanism, is that we're all brothers and sisters, is that it's our responsibility to defeat white supremacy. That is what we should be saying all day, every day when we're talking to the everyday Black person. And then when they get that reality check from white supremacy, because they can deny it all they want to, but when they get that reality check and they circle back around, then we got a whole host of ancestors, scholars to lead them to where they need to go. So you said something so important. I think our attention should be right in that niche of Black folks who might just be joining for a trend, not even know what the unk means. You know, just wearing it to wear it.
Very quickly, 2 quick points. First of all,
anybody want to wait? Oh, brother Shaka.
I would have liked to have known. Well, I guess I do know what side she sat on, but she made some very good point. But she said Black culture is not trash, so I guess she's based upon that she don't think anything's wrong with the culture. So, but which is weird. See, okay, let me let this last brother go because I'm sorry.
Right, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. First of all, Black culture isn't trash. White corporate culture is.
Okay. Okay. Let me stop. I gotta stop. See, here we go again. All right. Come on, man. Black culture isn't trash. White corporate culture is trash. Okay. White corporate culture. Let me just let him go. Let me. I can't. Let me just see. This is what I'm talking about exactly. Maybe Anton did go to some Black Power meeting. Maybe Anton did go to one of these meetings because getting up here saying this as if Black people have no agency. If Black people have no agency to do anything we have no. We're just totally okay. We're subjugated, but by white supremacy. But we also have agency and the ability to perform actions, thoughts. I don't even know it. See, they talk. I don't understand how you can talk about defeating white supremacy, but then you blame every single action that a Black person does. They bear no responsibility on any of the actions that they themselves do. And then what's so and this is the thing that's so ironic. That, like Omowale will say, see, but they'll put it off on European. But these are Black people doing it, and when Black people are doing something, whether they're copying white people doing it or what have you, it is their culture. And it might not be ours specifically. Like I think the one brother said it, that you may not be doing it, but there are a subset of Black people doing this. And again, this is why they should have defined what culture is, because they just get on here. Black culture is not trash. Man, if we want to talk about, let me let him keep going because I'm about to go into if we want to go to African culture, Africans have some things in their culture that's trash. Black Americans have some things in their culture that are trash. Caribbeans, some of the things in their culture, trash. I mean, come on.
Intersection with it will produce the results that they want us to produce.
See,
secondly,
we have no agency. We have no agency we control. We don't do anything. We don't even control our own actions. How the hell are we gonna beat white supremacy if we do whatever they want us to do? They don't want us to end white supremacy. So is that what we just sit back and just throw up our hands and say, okay, we're just doing whatever they told us to do? This is why I have a problem. This is why I could never join one of these type of organizations. It's got to be arguing with people in there because it makes no sense of what they're saying. Absolutely makes no sense. If you want to say white corporate, if you want to talk about hip hop, like I said again, it's logic that the people making the trash hip hop or rap or whatever the sister said, that if they're black, that's part of black culture because we can't separate them from being black or African, whatever you want, however you want to define them. But then they had the ability to say, no, I'm not going to make that type of rap music, even if it means not having a rap career. Like I just said about the Me Too movement, all them white women running around, I was forced to do this. No, you weren't. You chose to do some of it. Some of the women, which they chose to do some of this stuff. Black people, there's some black people who are choosing to make this type of rap music, man. That white corporate culture can promote in X, Y, and Z. You can't promote it if it doesn't exist. Damn, where's the logic? See, this is what I'm saying. When you get so enraptured in history, you get so emotional about our history, you can't look at the present and say, okay, we have some problems that we have to correct. We have some beautiful parts of our culture. We have some problems. We got to correct the problems, and then we move forward. This is why people. This is why. This is why the conscious community doesn't grow like this. And yes, the brother talked about the blue ocean strategy, so forth. Yeah, there's some opportunity because a lot of black people are searching for truth. So they're in and out of this thing. It's like, okay, where can I get it? But why a lot are not going to come over, and it's the same thing for religion, and I get it. Why a lot of black people are like, okay, I'm just good on that. I'm gonna do my thing over here. But why a lot of black people may listen to, read, any of the scholars that you want to name, Amos Wilson, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr. Van Sertima, Welsing, you name it. They might read, listen to the lectures, Khalid Muhammad, Malcolm, whoever, you name it, Kwame Ture, you name all of these people. They might listen to, might read, but they're like, I'm not coming over there. I'm not going to be fully immersed into that because I don't, no, I'm not rocking with that. And it's because of stuff like this. Just tell the truth. Come on, brothers.
When we talk about the liberalism, there is a growing trend of an ultra black conservative community, let's say, and that community is strongly represented within the realms of the manosphere. Yeah. So we need to be careful of this this white conservative trend that is infiltrating our community at the same time as well. I refer to them as the black conservative industrial complex.
And that's a fair point because both sides, we know neither side works. Adopting the white liberal ideology or adopting the white conservative ideology, neither one of them works for us. So this is a fair point for him bringing up. The one brother brought up the liberals, he's bringing up the conservatives. I think Omowale did it as well, which is a fair point.
Because they are given platforms by white men who have significant influence. And from that perspective, that is the perspective that I normally hear statements like black culture is trash.
Okay. Yeah, I call them bag boys. I'm looking for a sound effect where it's like, I got it, boss. Because they just like grab the white man nuts and be like, oh, I got that for you. They drive them all. Like, I'm just telling you, they run around and hold the white man nuts all day. And they enjoy doing it.
Okay, I think this is it. I'm going to stop this and then I'm going to...
Can I say this real quick?
Okay, no,
and I think I probably say this every time I have to speak with people. We have to admit that it's white liberal women that are running these movements. It ain't even the white men. It's not. And because we so used to blaming men, we're like, yo, we gonna go and say that is a white. No, they one and the same, but they're way more manipulative and malicious with their intent. And they come into the spaces where we're supposed to be building. And that's where you see all the bullshit. That's where everything gets in because we say, oh, you said you was abused? Oh, you said you was going through this and that? Oh, come on over here. Because the white man got you down too. You oppressed. No. No, because guess what? When she gets done with you, she gonna go right back to her family. You don't need to march in my community. March in your community. Call out your husband. Call out your cousins. Call out your family. So I think that every time we have to be very intentional when we are calling people out and making sure, especially when we're talking about the culture now, that we're calling out the white liberal women, because we already know the white conservative women, but specifically saying the white liberal women that are out here leading these marches, saying, hey, I'm going to feed you soup. I got the carrots and potatoes for you. I'm here to help you. No, you're not. You're here to spy, and you're here to take us down the wrong path. So we need to be very clear and very honest about who has been leading these movements.
Okay. Yeah. She's spot on with that, and that's not anything shocking. Okay, so that's it from brother Omowale's side. So now let me put it all, I guess, in context and give my thoughts. And I know I've been doing this the whole time, so I guess if you still rocking with me, you know what my thoughts are. And let me address each one of them by point, I guess, if you will. First, Anton, since he's had the longest segment to get to the point to where we were at with that, saying that black culture is trash, right? He never defined what black culture was. So it's, just based on some of the things that he said, and I did it point by point at that particular point in time. But he himself and his own family has said that they have a culture of marriage and not divorce. Him, his brothers, his uncles, his father, his cousins, they have a strong culture of once they get married to a woman, they don't divorce. Marriage, black marriage, he's married to a black woman. He's black even though he doesn't identify it. Marriage is a custom. Family is a social institution. Is that trash? That's black culture. Is that trash? No. Does he listen to rap music? Probably. He never said he has, but I would garner that he does, because he thinks like them in terms of, I have to go get I don't know what kind of robe that is that he wears. Versace? I don't know. Right? It was some of the rappers in the 90s that talked about Versace. I wouldn't even know who the guy was, except for back in the 90s. They talked about Versace. I knew I was never going to buy any. Right? So does he promote some of that? Get in the bag? Because he speaks like him, so I would imagine that he does get in the bag, so forth and so on. I rock with you, whatever, some of the language that he speaks. Would he say that's trash because he uses it? So does he do anything that's trash? Brother Omowale's part, again, like I said, with Jay-Z and so forth, I don't understand it myself. But when I was talking about some of the things in African culture, you could put it off on the European, but black people are doing it. Right? If cake, soap, and skin lightening is a problem, yes, it's a side effect of white supremacy on the people and the colonization and so forth, right? But they're doing it, so they have a culture of skin lightening, right? In the Caribbean, they have a culture of caste systems, right? It may be European in frame, but they're still doing it. Right? Its origins may not be African. It may whatever. You could say that, but we're not gonna get into semantics in 2021. If they're still doing it, it's black culture. It's their culture at this point, because they do have some agency not to do it. Right? Black America, we have a thug and a stripper culture. This is why, okay, black people have said that they were tired of watching slave movies, but yet and still they will make, what is that show? Uh, they will make that show BMF, the what is it, Black Mafia Family on Stars. I just saw that was after the first episode. It only took them one episode to understand that they had a winner to renew it for a second season. They already renewed it right after the premiere of the first episode. What was it, last week or something like that or whatever? I don't watch that junk. But black people were quick to say, "Hey, we're tired of slave movies." But you ain't tired of gangster dope dealing series and movies and so forth. You didn't get enough of that in the '90s with Boys in the Hood, Juice, and Minister Society. You ain't get enough of that in. We still, I mean, my goodness, when I see the trailers for this BMF show, it looks like another Power spinoff. That's all it is, another Power spinoff. I mean, how many powers you got now? Power Book 5 or whatever they're on, or what, and then BMF, and who's consuming it? Okay, so those actors don't have to take those roles. That's one. 50 Cent, he's black. He didn't have to produce that, but he's trying to get the bag, so we get it. Negro P in mind, we get it. Sorry, that's black culture. It's music. Excuse me, it's movies. It's media. Trash. Right? Black people don't have to consume that stuff. When are you going to be tired of the thug? What is the other one they got out? Snowfall and then what do they got? What's that stripper show? They got a couple of stripper shows that they were talking about on the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club could be trash. A lot of times it is trash. Anton Daniels is a content content creator on YouTube. Whether he wants to say the Lapeef show is a black show or not, it's being produced by black people. It's he and JR and Rilla, Chicago Rilla, and Courtney and Kay. Yeah, they might have Amira on there, but they had the other girl, Lauren. They had black people in and out of there. It's being done by black people. So is that trash? It's black culture. It's part of black media. Is it trash, Anton? Now, do we have some black media that's trash? Okay. What's the girl's name? Not the Bang. What's the girl's name? Cynthia G. Right? Is what she doing trash? Omowale, is what she doing trash? It's black media. She's black. Part of black culture. Media is what she's saying. Part of her politics. Part of her religion at this point. Religion being a strong belief backed up by action. She put in action to her belief. If she believes black men are trash, she's putting action behind that belief by making those videos. It's something that black people are doing, as the one brother said. He quoted Neely Fuller saying, anything that you're doing at the time is culture. So is that trash? What about the black feminists which I'm so happy that this became a thing on Twitter, that people started adding the culture, the flag of their home countries or their lineage, so we can identify these people. And now that we do that, we see a lot of the black feminists who have so much to say about negative about black men, coming from Caribbean countries or African countries, because they have those flags, that's their lineage. Now, Is there anti-black male misandry? Is it is that trash? Because that's culture. It's thought, speech, and action. They're putting their thoughts down. Action is to tweet it out. Or they can get on Clubhouse. Is that trash? So it's not an either or. That's the problem. Anybody who's going to make a blanket statement on black culture is too large. It's too complex. Like the one sister was saying, I think it was Lauren earlier. Right? There's certain things that in culture, as a black Muslim, that I don't do. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't smoke anything. Weed, smoke. I've never smoked these things in my life. Don't eat certain foods. Don't listen to this music and watch these shows and so forth. So my culture may be different from someone who's into hip hop culture, where they see no problem with smoking weed, drinking. But is that trash? From my perspective, it is. You smoking all this weed before you turn 25. You're drinking all this alcohol before you turn 25, before your brain fully develop or whatever. But hell, even after the fact, people walking around brain dead, just smoking weed, getting high just to ease the pain, as opposed to fighting through the pain. That white supremacy is caused and so forth. You're gonna numb the pain. You're gonna dull the pain by drinking and smoking it away. I look at that and say it's trash. Some other people might not say it's trash, but maybe I'm biased because I've never smoked weed. I've never smoked cigarettes, and I don't drink alcohol. So it's not a one size fit all answer. And what we're not going to do is blame it on just white corporate people, white corporate culture exporting it or promoting it and exporting it around the world, and all this foolishness, as if black people don't have no say in what they do. If black people don't have no say in what they do, then give up your dreams of ever ending white supremacy, because it's never going to happen. It don't make no sense to sit up here and say black people don't have no control over what they do and what they say. It's all somebody else controlling them. Hell, even those who were enslaved understood that they had more agency than a lot of these Pan-Africanists who study all this stuff feel that black people today got. I was having a conversation with a brother, and when we were discussing the whole thing about Kanye West, when Kanye West said, and he said, after 400 years, he said, and I'm going to state it again, after 400 years, to be in slavery, that's a choice. He didn't say in the beginning. And then the brother was like, well, yeah, it was not a choice. I was like, what do you mean it's not a choice? I said, first of all, he said after 400 years. I said, but let's just take it back. Nat Turner. Did Nat Turner make a choice to be a slave or not? He chose to be free and rebel or revolt. Did the Haitians? What did they make a choice? The Haitians made a choice. And then the brother was like, well, I'm not going to say slaves made a choice. I was like, well, what else would you call it then? Harriet Tubman, did she make a choice? Denmark Vesey. I mean, we could go down the list. And I'm not defending Kanye West, but I'm just saying, get out of your emotion with the words and just look at the facts. If some of our brothers and sisters decided to escape or revolt, they made choices. Some people decided to snitch and dime them out on the revolts, and some chose to stay on the plantation. They made a choice. And if we're going to sit up here and look at that history and say those people who were in greater confinement than we're in that right now, and they were able to make choices, and then to sit up here and say we don't have no choice in the matter of what we do, the music that you listen to, the movies that you watch, the TV that you watch, or whatever, the programming that you consume, the food that you eat, the things that you say, we don't have no choice in that? Could I get up here and make content as you guys are pointing out about some of the people in the manosphere? Could I get up here and make content degrading women and black women specifically, and get on the black woman hate train and so forth and so on, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Could I get up here and do that? Or just talk about black people and black culture and big up the white man and this, that, and the third? Of course I could. But I made a choice not to, because that's not where I'm at. That's not my mindset. So I have a choice, and I'm using that choice. So let's get off this thing of black people don't have choices, that we can't make choices. You know, so is black culture trash? There's no one singular black culture. But overall, do I think black culture as a whole, and I'm talking about specifically black American culture, because I'll say this, and the reason why I will say ultimately I don't think the whole of it is trash, because we have more black people doing well and doing the right things, even if they are not quote unquote Pan-Africanists, right? Then we do having them doing bad. So the majority, and this is just anecdotal based on my own observation, right? Do we have a problem? Do we have some problems? Yes. The birth rate, the marriage rate, particularly with the black women, the marriage rate is a problem. We solve unions and build families. Families are the units to build a community. Those are the units that we're gonna need to, fight the demons and the oppressors off the back. But do I think it's moving more positively than negatively? I would say that even with so many black people voting for Biden, and we see how that's turning out. But there's some real our black political culture is trash. Now the majority of that, because it's right down the Democratic liberal line, and that is no more beneficial than the Republican conservative one. So I'm not saying go either way, because neither way is actually beneficial for black people as a whole. Right? If we have to adopt a new political strategy. So the political aspect of our culture is trash. And I'm talking about all. And this includes the black Muslims, Christians, whatever religion you identify with, that's trash. Like I said, right now, majority of the media that we and like I said, black people are consuming it. Yes, white people are promoting it, but black people are consuming it, and black people are producing it by acting in the films, because those brothers don't have to play those roles. 50 don't have to produce that and direct it, and whoever's writing it, if they're black, they don't have to be a part of be associated with those shows. So we have more trash shows than we have from and Mona Scott Young, Love and Hip Hops, and whoever else, and what are the other whatever them reality shows out there, right? Housewives, whatever, right? This stuff is trash. So in aspects, the media, and I'm including the music, right? The only hope that I see right now is the YouTube movement, right? As you get more, content creators, and you know, you you might not like because they are more European centered and their coon chips are activated, but are they doing as much damage as uh, the Love and Hip Hops and the Real Housewives and all of the thug gangster movies, shows that I was just talking about on Stars? I'm losing my train of thought of what those things are. So we have some aspects to correct, but the people itself, like the one sister was saying, man, when she was talking about the funeral, and I was like, that's exactly what, man, it ain't even your family that wants to go back to your house and clean up and cook. It's 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 family, other families in the community that just know your family or knew your loved one, especially if it's like your grandmother or somebody, and the whole city coming, and they want to, hey, we want to go back to your house and get back to your house and clean up and cook and make sure everything is straight so y'all ain't got to do nothing. When she said that, I'm like, wow. And like I said, she seemed like she's up north, but that's the same way it is down south. So is that trash? No, I don't think that's trash. That's a community coming together to help you celebrate the life of a lost loved one. That's not trash. So we can spend hours and hours debating what is and what isn't trash in Black culture. You know, but what Courtney was trying to do, hey, look, if this white woman ain't gonna get on here and trash her culture, I ain't gonna get on here and trash mine. And she stayed on that code, even if she think there's some problems. And that's what you're supposed to do. Because then, as soon as what happened, when Amira's culture started getting called out, hey, well, look, I'm not here to speak for my culture. Don't put that on me, even though you were repping culture hard early. So I could go on. Those are my final thoughts. We have to be honest about where we are. If not, we'll never move forward. And peace.